Hey, we are live with Crow Inquisitors. I was like, where did Adam go? There he is.
No, I was going
to. Yep. Well, you did.
Crazy, though.
And then you explained that you were going to do it after you did it. So we're here with Crow Inquisitors, and we're quickly approaching the end of this campaign. I guess it's possible that we at least get through the climax today. Technically, depending on how fast the fight goes, right? Because fights can sometimes just end at the first round, right? If you get a good hit in, so
right, yeah.
We'll see. We'll at least have one more episode after this because of epilogue stuff that needs to happen. We won't get through climax and episode and epilogue in this one episode, but we're reaching the end here, so it'll be fun to see how it all the puzzle pieces land towards the end here. And we got cool new art. So I've been working on getting this for a while now. I did have a couple commissions made in a particular style, and then the person yeeted out of existence from the internet and doesn't do anything anymore. And so I couldn't get the rest of them in that style. And I was like, okay, I need to find a different person to do all of these quickly. And I found this really reasonably priced portraits of the characters here. I really like the way they turned out.
Did we ever see the ones that
I sent them to you. I did Dellon and Cantarius in them.
Okay.
And sent them to both of you. I think it was like last year.
Gotcha.
Around your birthdays. Not last year. The year before around your birthdays, I think, at this point.
Okay, yeah.
But I actually like the way that these ones turned out even better.
Yep.
So, and we don't need a full body for these. This mainly I wanted, at least for the last like 2 episodes of this, I wanted art that I could put up on the thumbnails. That would be easily you could cut out the background and do the thing that you'd usually do for thumbnails, right, instead of your guys' faces, because it's low quality images that are being put on our webcams here, so it doesn't always look the best when you're trying to blow it up. But in theory, I'm going to get Antonius and Sergio as well from this guy, and then I will go back through all of the Crow Inquisitors episodes on YouTube and replace the thumbnails with the art, so that because that will attract more attention on YouTube if it's actually nice art instead of this.
Yeah,
it's before it was just like text as
our ugly mugs. Yeah.
Well, a lot of the older episodes just have text.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then I'll be able to be like, which character did this episode focus on? Okay, cool, this one, and then just have every single one have one of the artists. But anyway, let's look at these real quick before we get started, and bask in the glory. Here's Cantarius. Yeah. Here's our favorite. This isn't dark Cantarius, really. This is like, our ideal Cantarius. But say again.
What happened to Cantarius being an ugly old man? This is like a handsome old man.
Again, this is a movie version of an ugly old man. People in movies only get so ugly.
We have to tell people that they're ugly, otherwise they won't know.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think they look ugly. I think he looks ugly. Yeah.
He's based on Stephen Lang, so Stephen Lang looks like solid, but he doesn't look ugly. So
agree to disagree. No, that's good.
I'd be happy to look like that in my however old he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same. I mean, technically, Cantarius is only 38, so.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, it makes sense, actually, the life he's lived, the demon magic stuff.
Born on him, yeah.
Yeah. And we have another person with gray hair, but not because he's old, but because his people apparently just have like this really light blonde hair. So here's Theo. He has his scars there. And, cool. Yeah, he is much more muscular than I expected, I think.
It makes sense. He has to be.
No, it makes sense. I was imagining it wrong. Okay. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. And then we got Alfons. Look at that handsome man. A little bit of a broader chin than I think I initially assumed, but I think it works.
That's how you also, call the ladies.
We're twins, but our skin color isn't even the same.
Well, I mean, to be fair, one has been outside a lot and the other has not.
I guess.
At least, before season 4 or whatever. And then here's Dellon. I think it's I think I would have preferred a way more stylized, like illumination style tattoo around, but that would be extensive. So I think this is a good enough like representation of what the tattoo is supposed to be. That it works.
I used to work with a guy that, I kid you not, looks exactly like this. And you remember when you made an AI version of Dellon's character at one point?
I think so. Yeah.
I ended up going into work that next day and showing my group. I was like, dude, this is a character in the RPG we're playing, and doesn't he totally look like Bob? And everybody was like, yeah, he does.
That's hilarious.
So like, Bob looks like Vin Diesel.
Yeah, they were like, why do you like? He was like, oh, that's weird that you made it look like me. And I was like, I didn't. This is
not my character.
It's like not even my character. This is just how AI saw this character. And I was like, hey, I work with that guy.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
I mean, he should get on that. He should go be Vin Diesel's stunt man and make a ton of money.
Yeah,
probably die, but
Yeah. Well, he's a programmer, so he probably doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, I suppose.
Cool. All right. Let's jump into it, shall we? We're jumping into a fight here, which will be fun. 2 fights, in fact. So let's.
And I'm not in either of them somehow.
True, yeah. You'll hopefully be in one of them soon.
Sure.
But let's. I'm gonna open up my notes that I made about where I kind of like not streamlined, but like wrote out all the stuff we need to remember for fight rules, so we can go through this quickly here. But let's actually, before that, let's do beliefs and instincts real quick. Actually, just beliefs. You don't have to worry about anything else. But we can just read off beliefs one by one. Cantarius, do you want to start us off, or rather, Dark Cantarius?
Yeah. This world is more than love and light. I will wield the power of corruption to sweep aside all who stand in my path, no matter the cost. Belief 2 is now Cantarius's belief. The world will not end, not on my watch. We will save the world. I am no longer a hunter, but a harbinger. My friends are irrelevant unless they serve my purpose. I will offer them as sacrifices if it ensures the demon's ascension.
Nice. So yeah, those beliefs are warring with each other inside of Cantarius right now. All right, Dellon.
Yeah, it turns out.
We must keep the artifacts from conversion until the proper time, or it's game over, man. I will ensure that Alfons's orb remains in his chest for his sake and everyone else's. The mountain before us looms ever larger. I must secure the relics before all is lost. Now that there actually are somewhere we can secure them.
Yep.
On my blade and my life, I shall hold the enemies of God at bay. Today, that means finding a way to save Cantarius from the corruption that is overtaking him.
Very good. All right, Alfons.
The God of War is closing in on me. If I want to survive, I need to use cunning and trickery. So many loose ends remain. Next, I must strike down the God of War and claim divinity for myself, my birthright. If I lose the orb, it's game over, man. I will ensure the artifact is used correctly in the ritual to save the world.
All right, and last but not least, yeah, we can skip on like instincts and stuff. Last but not least, we got Theo.
I will finally transcend to the power of sainthood to protect those I love and bring the justice and glory of the one true God. I will strengthen and exercise my faith.
I was just thinking the other day about Theo and the fact that, like, I don't think anyone in any game I've ever played, Burning Wheel or otherwise, has had a goal this long term and has over 80 sessions now managed to get actually close to accomplishing it. Like this journey with Theo has been absolutely insane that you've actually just in the game mechanics worked towards this every single session for 80 sessions.
Basically, that was just like my fate farmer, and then ultimately a deeds point. That's the exact the first thing I said was I'm just going to transcend to a god, and then I just kept that belief the whole time.
Yeah, like I remember being on the camping trip, the like student leader camping trip, and that was the first thing you said about like that. That's what I'm interested in as a character. I want to do like this because this is how faith works. You know, like as I explained it to you, you get to transcend to be where the gods are, and you're like, yeah, I want to be a god. Like that will be my end goal. And you're like this is like 10 years ago at this point, right? Like
5 deeds points. No, don't even matter. Like, how can I get any higher than 10? I don't know. I'm just going to get there. Through the power of God and the faith of my loved ones, I will save the world or die trying. I will secure the keys and prevent the darkness from consuming all. My destiny is before me, but I will not sacrifice those I love to accomplish it. I will free Cantarius from the corruption that is destroying him. Now, free may mean kill him.
It may mean kill him. All right, cool. Let's get started here. So first thing we need to do is speed tests. The engagement test. Let me actually pull up the
engagement test,
the book properly, so I don't know what we're doing here. But if I remember correctly, it's mainly has to do with weapon length. So if you have the same weapon length, it's not going to matter. You won't have to worry about it too much. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. All right, so take a quick glance at everybody's weapons. So Dark Cantarius has a black staff, which is long. Theo has
a gray trident.
A trident, which is longer. So Theo wants to get at a further distance than Cantarius, so we will be rolling the speed test there. So let's go ahead and do that now. I don't think Alfons and Tanis have different weapon lengths because they both have swords.
And we're not in combat yet.
Oh, yes. I think I was going to allow you one magic test to do something before he closes in. Yes.
Am I still rolling for
We're not going to have a monologue? What is a god with no monologue?
A smart god.
He's proven to be anything but that.
I don't think so. We've very rarely seen him actually on. Well, actually, no, you're right. The stuff we have seen him on screen was just pure blood. No, but the things we've seen on screen is pure bloodlust.
I'm not going to let him talk to me.
Alfons.
It's not necessarily smartness. It's just bloodlust.
He is incredibly arrogant and wants to gloat his victory.
We'll see. We'll have Cantarius and Theo make the speed test.
Not let him speak. He'll cast a spell on us.
Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. I don't know if either of you have a longer stride than each other. That would actually probably matter. Let's see. Or no, not stride. Yeah, stride wouldn't. You both have the same stride. There's no difference there. Yeah, no one has longest weapon. So yeah, it's just speed test. And you're going to attempt to get higher than the other, and if whoever gets higher basically is at an advantage with their weapon, right? So either Theo is keeping Cantarius slightly away from him, or Cantarius is within Theo's reach.
Well, this is your chance to win here.
There you go.
One. Holy cow! Okay.
Do you want to spend any fate there, Adam?
Oh yeah, I suppose I could do that.
You have a bunch.
Yeah.
You can spend up to 2 fate. You can spend the one on the 6 and one on that 3.
Oh.
And then you need 3 successes. Yeah, 3 successes. 3 op remaining.
2 dice?
Yep. Nope. All right, yeah, so that means Cantarius is the winner. And I believe you
get... a little tired, just...
Yeah, +1 die for 1 length advantage. So you're going to get a die towards any of your, attack stuff, Cantarius, here. Let me double check what actually is applied. Yep. Wait, what does this say? I think it's just +1 die to advantage to everything. I don't see anything that's specifying anything specific that this bonus is to. It's just to everything. Oh yeah, here we go. You put it. Yep. Each weapon type indicates the obstacle penalty applied to the loser's attack, basic, special, shooting, social, and magic actions, so long as you retain the advantage. Defense actions are not penalized by the op penalty. But I am curious. It's not saying what it might be towards in terms of the bonus. Here we go. Yeah, I'm assuming, based on what I'm seeing here, I'm assuming that... Oh, no, I see. Okay, I was reading this wrong, sorry. The advantage die is just for having a longer weapon in the engagement test. So you actually should have gotten an extra die on this test, Connor. Not that you needed it, but because you, or no, sorry, Theo should have gotten an extra die. So yes, it does matter. Go ahead and roll one more die, Theo. You have a longer weapon than Cantarius, so you're able to keep him. It's easier for you to keep him at bay than it is for him to close. So you have one more chance. You need 2 more successes. Well, you can do fake because you've already spent it. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's a 1, my friend. The universe has made it clear what they think. All right, so this means that you, Adam, are going to have a +1 ob to everything but defense. So if you're being defensive, you'll be as normal, but you will get a +1 ob penalty to any other action in the fight. Okay, so now that we have that figured out, and then it's just dividing up your actions. I will make sure that the fight cards are out. And probably what we'll do is I'll give you guys the basics of this again, and then I'll have you guys set up your cards while we cut over to Alfons and do some stuff. So, for example, right, you got strike, disarm, block and strike. I think you have a shield, right, Theo?
Yeah.
So you can do special actions with your shield there. I think I wrote down a little note in my stuff here to make sure.
What kind of fight are we doing again?
Say again?
Are we doing the card-based one?
Yes. So shields are used with block. Shield training grants bonus dice to block and access to block and strike. Then you have shield training. Shields are used with block or counter strike to add shield dice to the defense part of it. Shields can't be used with avoid. So if you just choose to avoid and just try to like use your speed to just dodge, you won't get any shield dice there. And shields can block great strikes, whereas normally you can't block a great strike. So that's all stuff to keep in mind.
Where are those cards again?
So they should be on the side there now, popped up by the chat log.
Oh, okay.
And you should be able to click choose and then scan through the cards. The actual handout for what all this stuff does is right over here. There's 4 of them. Let's see, what's the one that makes the most sense to bring up? Here's the basic rules to keep in mind. And then, 3 and 4 are the full list of all the interactions. If you care to look at those. But yeah, basically what you're doing is you're going to look at your reflexes now, Cantarius and Theo, and you're going to, so for example, Cantarius has 5 reflexes, and Theo, I think, has 5 as well. Yes, 5 reflexes. Okay, so it will still matter, though, even though you have the same reflexes, where you decide to put your extra actions. So the way this works is there are 3 volleys, like any of these subsystems always have. But the way that the volleys work is you are dividing, you have 5 actions to work with because you have 5 reflexes each. And that means that 2 of those 3 volleys can have 2 actions. If you had 6 reflexes, then every single one of them would get 2 actions. But instead, you have the option to, like, one of these 3 volleys will only have 1 action. The other will have 2 because you have 5 actions to work with. You can't stack 3 and 1 until all of them have the equal amount. But so it will be important just depending on. So I would figure out your actions mostly without putting the cards down yet, because it will matter your opponent will not know which volley you choose to have your lesser action on. So that'll be important to strategize and try to figure out, like, at what point do you think that Cantarius is going to like lower his, like, only do one action instead of two, because then you'll have because if you, on that action, if one of you scripts 2 actions against that one action, then one of those 2 actions will be a free action, right? Because they won't have anything to oppose it with. That'll be important. So yeah, go ahead and figure that out in your own head. Feel free to ask David in Messenger if you have any, if you want to figure out any strategies or whatever, in case David has an idea. While we skip over to Alfons, and I'll let you guys figure out what you want to do with your actions. Yeah, because we'll keep things moving here instead of just sitting here and have you guys shuffling cards. So Alfons, the dark god of war, has stepped out of the Eldritch Wall filled with tentacles and is challenging you to a duel.
Picks up his gun and revs the chainsaw on the bottom, and he goes to cut you in half.
Yep. So it sounded like you were going to try to stall him with a grand speech or something.
Well, my guess as Alfons, based on everything I've seen, is that he's arrogant enough to, not just slay me down unarmed. He wants to make a grand show of it and like show me just how weak and pathetic I am at my full strength.
I don't think he does. Like, whether or not he's
Caleb,
stupid enough.
I've got an ability.
What ability? Just you tell me what you're thinking.
Lucky.
Lucky doesn't like change people's personalities.
Well, it's not changing it. This is based on everything we've seen. He's very arrogant.
Yes, he is arrogant.
Us.
He's also bloodthirsty, and that's the main driving force that he's undergoing right now. Like, that's the thing that matters about this.
Can you provoke him? Can you roll and be like, "What? You're gonna kill me without a weapon? You're a coward."
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, you can make a roll to attempt him to act like this, but he's not. He is coming towards you with a sword right now, and that's what will happen unless. Oh my gosh, did I really not make a character sheet for this dude? I thought I made a character sheet for this dude. Oh no.
I guess he has no health.
Oh wait, I remember now. I did make a character sheet when I was going to be crazy and make a character sheet for all of the gods. I did make a character sheet for. Oh, where did it go? Atarian? Did I archive this for some reason? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this will be easy enough. Let's do this one. Okay, I have his character sheet in front of me now. So yeah, what are you gonna do, Alfons?
I'm basically gonna roll persuasion to essentially give him to hug on the arrogance, to let me have like only two moves instead of the one move you gave me. That's all I need is 2 magic spells.
Let's take a look here.
Realize the way this game works, outside of combat, I've got like a 5% chance. Once we enter fight rules, I'm like a 2-year-old. So somehow, that's how Burning Wheel works.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you both have armor on though, so it's like you're both 2-year-olds battling each other.
Isn't his sword gray?
Yeah, my armor doesn't matter against his sword. It's like butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget.
Big butter Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, so as far as I'm aware, lower shade armor just is completely ignored by higher shade weapons.
That's what I need to remember. I remember it being kind of weird, like it acted differently than I thought it did when I looked at it last. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, here it is. With armor, Armor rolls its protection dice using its own shade. Armor may only test against weapons of the same or darker shade. Yeah. Okay. Standard armor will not protect against gray shade weapons. Yeah. Okay. Well. Sorry, Alfons.
So
That's
why
also the
I'm
case for me. I also won't be able to
trying to
hit him.
prolong
No, that makes sense.
the fight, fight part of the fight rules.
Yep. That makes sense.
Because
Okay.
outside of fight rules, and then the third mechanic are all
the issue
completely
is,
different.
Alfons, the skill you're actually needing to roll here is soothing platitudes.
What?
Yes.
No, I'm persuading him that this is in his best interest.
You will not have time to persuade him in his best interest unless you do a soothing platitudes first to calm him down.
I don't even think I have that.
You do not.
Well,
But that's
what kind of skill would he use to provoke him? Just if you make him angrier, in the sense,
It would be
angrier,
provoke. I don't have that
You do
either.
seduction.
That's a skill.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
you
just take off your shirt and see what happens.
Okay, well, if that's, I'm just gonna do the boring option then. I guess
you could do falsehood if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Like I could see that, because the issue here is like for persuasion, you don't have the time necessary to give him the argument you need to like assuage his like his bloodthirst. If you had soothing platitudes, then I would have you do that first to basically be like, what's it called? Like, calm down, wait a second, like let's talk this out. And that would be the first thing that would have to happen. But if you do like something like falsehood or intimidation instead and try to provoke him with like something quick, that's the real thing, is like you have to do something really quick here.
Tell him that if he kills you, all the demons will get free and everyone will die.
Right, again, you could try something like that, because he is dumb. You're correct, he's dumb. But he's angry too. And that's the overriding emotion right now.
Yeah, I can't, that none of those can succeed, so I'm just gonna do the boring option and summon.
You could succeed on falsehood, couldn't you?
No, it's only 4.
What?
He's a god.
What? Oh, you only have 4 in falsehood? How is that?
Yeah.
Awesome?
You do have a gray shade 4, though.
I only roll persuasion and seduction.
I guess that's true. But you have like 10,000 forks, right?
Yeah, but anything I fork into this, I'm not gonna be able to fork into my next persuasion roll.
Yeah.
Depending.
I guess. I thought it was like if you tried to use something and it failed, then you couldn't.
So keep in mind, Alfons, the way that this works, he is a god, but he is a god who has had to take mortal form, right? That's like the thing that
I also
right
don't.
now.
Yeah.
I
also can't ask an ob without having to roll.
No, I know. But I'm letting you know the things you would know for context mechanically here. He does not have a white shaded anything. He probably doesn't even have a high will, because what is actually mattering here is he has a normal character's will for his character type, except it's white shaded or gray shaded, right? That's the difference there. And all the gods don't have 8 will or whatever.
So if I roll and fail this falsehood, does it go straight into combat, or do I still have time to do 1 magic?
Good question. I am wondering about that. Like, I want to say yes, but part of it is like how good you do on the falsehood is how quickly you can say the thing, right? And have it matter, or else you like spend too much time trying to blab at him. I don't know. You tell me from like Alphonse's perspective, like just purely narratively, what is Alphonse attempting to do? Right? He's gonna say what, and then
he's basically going to make a case that, I mean, using all of my dice, like all of my forks and columns,
right,
that it's in his best interest to fight me at full power, not just strike me down, because like the gods have been talking that you're lacking. You're really gonna just slaughter the master of flattery. You're that scared of the master of flattery. It's not like I'm Dellon, the one you're actually afraid of. Just like poke all those buttons.
Okay. Yeah, I could buy it.
Wait. I guess the falsehood could be Dellon.
Yeah, there you go. Because your main goal here is just to stall, right?
No, that's not my main goal.
Your main goal is to have him
My main
let
goal
you-
is to have enough time to cast 2 spells instead of the 1.
So yeah, you're stalling for time for spells.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Is like it doesn't really matter what he
Mhm.
actually does, as long as he doesn't attack you in the time
Yeah.
it takes you to do the 2 spells.
Because I mean, I have a super boring option I can do if I have just time for 1 spell,
Mhm.
but that's boring.
Teleport away.
No,
Oh, gotcha.
it's even more powerful.
Yeah.
It's the most powerful thing in the game, and I don't want to just
Yeah.
insta win.
You're gonna physical discipline his brain into his feet.
No.
That's the most powerful thing we can do in this game.
It's in my spell list. I'm sure you can figure it out.
I can't look at your spell list, but that's a good
Oh,
idea.
you can't. Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah. So if I roll,
Yeah.
so what am I doing?
This is what I'm wondering. I don't know if David, you have a thought on this. I'm trying to think of like in terms of mechanics and narrative and stuff. If right now I already said to Alfons, you have the time to cast 1 spell before he shows up and attacks you.
Mhm.
If he, I think it has to be Jared. You can risk it for the biscuit, but if you fail the falsehood, you do not have time for any spells. Like that's the risk you're taking. Is you can get 1 right now, or you can try for 2, and if you fail, you don't get any.
How much persona do you have?
I have 10.
I mean, you spend 3
Again, you
persona.
can survive 10 mortal blows, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say if you spend enough Artha on it, then because like you said, it's not necessarily that his will is impossibly high; it's that his will would be a really high shade, but it's not going to be right now because that was.
Mhm.
I mean, it'll probably be
And
gray.
you already have a gray shade falsehood, so
Yeah, that's true. So you won't be at a disadvantage for that.
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's up to you. I mean, I guess if falsehood's only 4, that's not super great. But
But I mean, given what you said you were going to say, I there's definitely lots of forks there.
Yeah, whatever. I'll do it. I don't want to do the boring option this late into the game. The boring option was panic button and just summon Dellon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, Dellon's
sure.
on his way anyway. Yeah, I think it's definitely more fun to do this way.
I'm flattered that that's the most powerful thing you can do in the game. It's funny.
I have a spell for it. So.
Have you used it before?
I don't remember. I think I've used it at least once, but I don't remember the circumstance.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So what's the Caleb?
I think the ob is going to be, so he has a will of G5. So that won't change.
High.
That won't change anything based on you have a gray shade falsehood, right?
So your
So
ob's
just
fine.
5. But I do think he would have at least 1 belief against something like this because he's bloodthirsty and stuff. So we'll make it a 6. Yeah, no, the shades don't matter here because you both have the same shade. So it'll just be a 6.
So falsehood with bullcrap wise and intimidation because it's Dellon I'm bringing up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, intimidation makes sense there.
Noble.
Be,
He's a noble. Or he was a noble.
well, he
The gods are pretty noble.
Sure,
I mean-
I'll give it to you. I think I gave it to you I think I've gave it to someone like this in the past for a similar thing. So yeah.
And conspicuous because I'm being conspicuously pointed. Wow. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's a part of Alphonse's strategy with all of these things
Yeah.
for sure. He's done it before like this.
4. Should I be greedy and only do 2 Artha? Or should I go with 3?
It's up to you.
I'm at 8 dice right now.
Rob 6. I mean, that's not. Are you 8 with 2 Artha or 8 without Artha?
It is gray shaded though.
8 without Artha.
Oh, okay.
So 2 I'd be at with 2 I'd be at 10.
Yeah, and
You
a
have
gray shade.
10
I mean, that's
dice?
a reasonable chance. Yeah.
Here,
I mean, you got
wait.
fate.
So you have
Okay.
10 dice, Alphonse.
Well, if I
Well,
spend 2
he's supposed to.
persona, I'll have
You'll have 10 dice.
Okay. Yeah.
And it is against 6.
6.
That is a 50. No, that's a 79% chance of success.
Okay.
And then there's fate after that.
Yep.
6. All right.
Nice.
Oh, that was a difficult falsehood.
And it was a difficult-
Let's go.
Nice.
I need
Nice.
that. I
No,
still
you
need
don't. You're just
routine.
challenging.
Yeah,
You just need routines.
that's lame. We're never rolling a routine again in this whole game.
Well, that's the
I'm gonna
thing,
go-
right? It's like you either roll a difficult or a challenging, or you have so many dice to work with on something that it's a routine. So I can see what it is. Right? Like all of your tests for persuasion are pretty much routines these days.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I think it makes sense. Like you said, what exactly? You lay it out for us again in character.
Well, I mean, for the since it was falsehood, I'm just like, oh, Dellon, thanks. About time you got here.
Yeah. So it's probably like he does panic. You see him visibly panic, right? Because and it's very clear this is the one guy he's afraid of.
Okay. So,
because there's no reason that Tanis wouldn't know that Dellon has a god killing sword at this point, right? So we do see him like turn around and panic, and when Dellon is obviously not there, like he waits for him, like he assumes he is going to show up. He waits for him. And then he frowns, and then he turns back to you very slowly, Alfons.
Does that give me enough time to cast two?
Frantically casting magic.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to go through the whole persuasion. Okay, so I'm
I
gonna
can't
roll
wait to get there and get one shotted because my armor doesn't
Or
work.
no, that is what I said, isn't it?
okay. Well, you made it seem like it took.
No, I
longer
know.
than thought it
Yeah.
was
Well,
going to.
let me think about this for a second.
I already had time for one. Does this buy me time for another? Is he that scared?
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think he would be scared enough that he would stand there for a minute.
You still have your God-slaying sword that Theo gave you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he's that scared.
No, he already knew about it, but yeah.
Oh, he did? Okay, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Which is why he reacted this way. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through. Let's do this. Let's take it a bit at a time. Alfons, go ahead and do your first spell. Right? You think you're gonna you're trying to get the time for two spells. Go ahead and cast your first one, and then he's turned to you, and then you'll probably have to talk to him again. Well, let's take it one beat at a time. So what are you trying to do for the audience?
This one, I'm just trying to buff what my next spell is going to be by 3 dice.
Got it. So you start glowing.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it's not even. I should just always have it. It's not even worth rolling.
It's not a margin of success based spell.
No, this is just +3 is ob 4 for me,
I see.
and then for someone else it's ob 5. But I get +4 from it being named and learned, and then my orb. So
I thought named and learned were both 1 dice.
no, if you name a spell, you get 1, and then if you have casted it enough, you've mastered it.
Right.
Then you get a second dice.
Yes. The final bonus you can get to it is 2 dice for having named it in the first place and
It sounded
casting enough.
Sounded like you were saying it was 4 dice. So that's why I was confused.
Oh, and then my +2 for the orb.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
for
gotcha.
aura magic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was confused about. Okay. Cool.
No, Adam, and then also like for like stuff like Great Strike, you can have it go over 2 different volleys if you need to. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So you get your dice, and then I think what happens, right, is he turns to you very slowly, and again, he's played by John Hamm here. So very intimidating. Yeah, very intimidating, dark, handsome figure, right? And he turns very slowly, growling, like in the back of his throat, and he says, "Alfons, I'm going to enjoy this." And then he starts taking steps towards you, and you know you will not have the time you need to cast the second spell unless you say something else. You can't use falsehood again. He's not going to believe that, but you can at this point try to make an argument because he's coming towards you more slowly than he was before.
Wait, but doesn't that mean he made that falsehood roll just to get the thing that he already had, which was enough time to cast 1 spell?
Yeah, I guess. I don't
That's
know.
why he was rolling right. With
I mean,
two.
if he's slowly walking towards me,
Maybe here's what you do. Just as he turns around, you run away and cast the spell. So then he has to catch up to you while you're casting your magic.
That's true. Yeah. And you know what? I think it's fine. You succeeded on the falsehood. Originally in my head there were 2 steps to this because you had to calm him down first.
If I'm rolling against a 6, there's even a 10, there's like very little chance I'm gonna fail a persuasion.
Yeah. I think I would probably bump it up to an 8. I would have him have all 3 beliefs or an instinct or something against trying to be convinced out of doing this, right?
Yeah.
Or out of giving you a fair fight. I'm more interested in the kind of cinematic thing of this. But I think you're going to succeed on the persuasion test, right? And that was part of this, is like he couldn't do the persuasion test right away, but he did do something else, and that let him do persuasion, which was a given, almost a guarantee. So let's do it. I want to hear what Alfons is going to say. Right, so I do like the idea that like Alfons is backing away as he's coming towards him, right? Like cast the magic. But what are you saying to him?
Yeah, like, Tanis, they already see that you're slipping. The god of war, afraid of. I mean, Dellon's understandable, but the master of flattery, really? You're the god of war, not the drab god of death. Yuck. You're just gonna.
You know nothing. You are master of nothing. Even now, I feel Narani's touch around us. She still favors you. Well,
yeah,
we'll put an end to that
too.
We'll
I'll
put an
never
end
be able
to
to
that.
forget it. Sorry.
You good? So then you're gonna aim at a persuasion, yeah?
Yeah. At what point is there killing me at my weakest? Beat me when I'm strong. Show them you're still the god of war, not
The god
of cowards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to think of like why in the world he would ever agree to this.
I mean, he's the god of war. And, like, if he can't beat the guy whose
The
trick is
master of
talking,
flattery.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean the gods have already like sided against him towards what like Theo and I were saying in heaven. So, I mean, I think he's on.
Like, but he also just seems
thin ice.
He seems like the sort of god of war that likes to butcher innocent civilians, right? Not the one who does honorable combat, right?
Right, that's true. But I mean, to be fair, it only has to delay him long enough to get him to cast the spell. He doesn't even necessarily have to agree.
Yeah,
he just has to consider it, right?
Yeah. Okay, I think that's what it is. It's like in which case maybe he's not even making a persuasion test though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the issue. Is like if he can't actually convince
well,
him.
by persuading him, it's in his best interest to do that because like the gods are watching.
Right, but he's saying is you can't actually. If the point isn't to succeed, then
there's something else going on.
Then that just sounds like falsehood, which he already did, right? Like,
yeah, maybe
you could just let it ride and then have that be.
I think maybe that's what we're doing. Yeah, it's just letting it ride. Because you're right, you probably would succeed on a persuasion test no matter what. You did already succeed on a falsehood test, and if all you're doing is more lying to him, more provoking in the same sense, I think it makes sense to just let it ride. But I do like the idea that we got to see that like he's advancing on you, you're walking, and we now see Alfons like backed up against a wall, right? Like you reach the wall and you don't quite reach the wall because there's like eldritch tentacles and stuff reaching out, so you like start to like and then you rub it off yourself and then step forward, and then you try to cast your spell to face him. You know there's nowhere left to run. You need to fight him now, but you do have one last trick up your sleeve.
I teleport his white shaded sword into my hand.
Okay, all right, yeah, we could try that.
He doesn't have a white shaded sword though, right? He has a gray shaded sword.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I think he has a gray shaded sword.
Right.
You should teleport his gray shaded armor off of his body. No, I'm kidding.
I feel like that would be even harder.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah. The issue we're going to run into, though, is that if he hits us at all, we'll die pretty much right away. Like, we'll die normally. No, we'll die right away. And if we hit him, we have to go through his armor like normal.
Well, how is he? What is he going to hit us with? His fists?
He's the god of war. I feel like he could probably just make a sword.
I think that's probably what it would be. But you would have a sword, right?
Oh.
And I mean, maybe he couldn't conjure one that was as good, but all it has to be is not a regular sword, and it'll still be just as dangerous. But I mean, he could probably do the same thing with armor, I suppose. So
I didn't think of sword materialization powers.
yeah.
All right. I'm trying to figure out what the ob for this is going to be. It's going to be pretty high. Yeah. I'm thinking.
I wait until he's within striking distance to make it easier.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That way, if I fail, he can just hit me.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking it's going to be. Let's make it ob 9.
Okay.
No, ob 10. This is the god of war, right? This is like that's his one thing. This is a miracle level thing. Ob 10.
Miracle.
You do have a call on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what is he actually able to do that makes it harder to teleport his sword? Because like,
it is like it's kind of almost part of his essence, right? He's held this sword for so long that it's not even really a separate object.
Okay.
And like a lot of this is like Alfons is attempting to use physical magic that usually only works on a material level against spiritual items, right?
Sure.
Right, I'm gonna fork in.
And like Alfons is a very brilliant human being, and so he could probably figure out that last tweak that he needs to make it work. But it is definitely a on the fly. Oh, I need to tweak how the magic works just slightly so I can actually like steal a spiritual weapon off of this guy.
I'm gonna fork in continuous.
Sure.
I'll fork in essential because I'm messing with the essence of the sword. You
can't fork in and give yourself extra dice to it.
Well, I rolled a spell to buff spatial. That's what that did. This is messing with the essence of the sword, so it's...
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. This matters. Yeah.
Okay. And you said the word essence.
No, you're right. Yeah. No, you're 100%.
Okay. All right, so 2 from that, and then 2 for orb, 2 for named.
Mm.
I don't know if there's anything else. Okay, so right now I'm at
Connor, are you choosing your stuff?
7.
Yeah, I have them decided already. I was trying to figure out how to whisper it to you, and then I.
I mean, you could whisper it to David and just message David on Facebook, and then have him put down the cards for you. If you can't do it yourself, I know Roll20 is kind of hard on that laptop.
What's the Caleb? What's the odds for?
See, is this gray shaded, black shaded?
No. It's 15 open ended into a 10.
15 into a 10. That is a 15% chance of success.
15.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. All right, screw it. I'm gonna put 3 Artha into it too.
Yeah, the higher ob it gets, the more dice you need to make up that difference.
Do I get any dice for shaking them up with? How about David?
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you 1 dice as if that was a link test.
Do you have a call on for this?
Yeah,
he does.
That's good.
That bumped it up to 22%.
Woo!
You can spend some persona for there.
Yeah, I'm putting some Artha. I'm putting 3 Artha in.
3. So your final dice is 19.
I think so.
19 makes it a 50%. It makes it a coin flip, 50% chance.
Let's go.
But yeah, with the call on and fate, you should be able to pull it off, I assume.
And deeds.
Yeah, true. Nice. Didn't even need it. Nice. That's a great roll. Definitely didn't need a routine test on spatial discipline, but
yeah,
cool.
He's nice.
Yeah, I definitely love that moment, right? So Alfons, you describe it to us.
I'm basically just like talking out my butt, slowly walking up.
Yeah.
And like as he like moves the swing, it just like bamps out of his hand and appears in my And he just swings nothing. He's like,
and then we and then Alfons, yeah. Okay, cool. Well, let's do this then. Let's roll a speed test to start our fight with the two of you. Because I think like you have like waited until he's close enough that like you will get a free shot on him without a weapon in his hand, right? And then I'll have to. Like, I don't think
he's gonna have to use another turn to use magic to summon because magic takes 2 turns.
I don't think it will be super difficult for him to just summon one. He is a god. It will be a regular sword though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, what was I gonna do? Yeah, speed tests.
Okay.
No, I guess we don't need to because you have the same length of sword.
Oh, no, he has no sword, right?
Oh, he's no sword. Right. Yeah, of course. Okay. In which case,
hey, don't give the cats bananas. They don't want bananas.
All right. So yeah, he has the shortest weapon, which is his hands. You have a long sword. So you get 2 advantage dice on your speed test.
Okay. Does he roll first?
I will go ahead and roll it now. He is the god of war, so he has a very good speed.
What a jerk.
He only rolled 5 successes, though.
Does getting more over matter?
You do need to. I think you need to. Sorry. If you tie, the tie goes to the opponent with the longest weapon, so you do need to just tie with him, and you're fine.
Sorry. So for
you have fate, you have your call on.
Yeah. So for the call on, is it better to do that before or after the fate? Or does it matter?
I don't think it matters. I think fate is usually a less what am I trying to say? A cheaper reward to spend, right? Okay. Like a call on is usually just once per session. So usually it makes some sense to do fate first.
To reroll the 6 and then reroll the
failed dice.
The failed dice.
Yep.
Oh, one's a 6. I get to roll again.
No, it automatically rolled it again for you and got a 3.
Whoops. Never mind then. And then now I'll do the call on.
In which case, you do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 failed dice because that failed dice you rolled was still a failed dice.
So remaining out of 1, 5 dice. Whoops.
You've rolled so many successes, so many 6s. That is wild. Yeah, so he was going to try to spend fate, but I don't think he's going to bother anymore.
So do I get something extra for
no, but you do.
Huge margin of... I do it real cool.
You do. In which case, he has shortest and you have sword. Okay, so he's going to get +2 ob to his actions here.
Let's go.
Okay. Let me make sure all of his stuff is set. And then we can start doing our thing here, our fight for you guys. He has a G7 reflexes, which
okay. Well, that's over.
Wait, what?
He's gonna kill you basically instantly.
Why?
And me if I get there. So he'll have 2 actions and everything, and then in each volley. And then he's just gonna script a third one at the end in the first volley that's strike, and you're just gonna stand there, do nothing about it, and he's gonna kill you in 1 shot.
But
and he'll do the same thing to me.
10 persona, so or I guess you have less now, but
I have 5.
Yeah. So he can do that as up to 5 times before you actually die.
So I just need to kill him on the first strike. It's fine.
Yeah, that is the goal here, and that's always been the goal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gray Shade.
Anytime you hit him, he's got armor.
Mm-hmm.
Gray Shade reflexes means For each action that he would normally get due to his reflexes, he gets a second that happens at the same time.
What?
So he actually has...
Wait, what did you say?
Wow, that is so powerful.
Oh,
That's-
gray. That's what gray does.
Yeah, because he has gray.
So he does 2 actions at once.
Yes. So instead of he actually has 14 actions he gets to do.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the fight rules.
Yeah, me either.
Well, so to be fair, this is a god that you're fighting. That's the difference here, right?
But he's not. He's fighting. This is like fighting Hercules.
I suppose
He's not
yes.
at god level. If he was at god level, he'd have like 28.
Suppose so.
A normal
Or is
person
21,
can have
probably.
you could a normal person could I could have built this at the beginning, something similar to this. If I had put
Gray
my
reflexes.
gray into speed
It would
instead
be
of
perception, agility, and speed you need.
Perception.
Yeah, you need a lot of stuff to be gray before
Yeah.
you get gray reflexes. But
instead of
Yeah.
I could have gotten close, I think, right?
I don't know. Probably.
So I have 2 grays in my
I could have helped you.
There you go.
I'm super strength.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So go ahead and start choosing stuff.
Um,
All right, I need to put.
I'm only gonna choose one because that's all that matters.
I mean, you shouldn't do that because that's not necessarily the case.
I mean, yeah.
Missing people.
It
the
is
thing that will
necessarily the
happen.
case. I'm going to die the first
Yeah.
in between the first in between move.
I mean, maybe he doesn't have a weapon.
Oh. Yeah,
Remember,
that
that's
helps.
the thing that matters here.
Can you bring up the thing that does the fight things?
Yeah, it's in handouts down here. What do you want to see? Just all the interactions and stuff.
I just what they do.
I don't think those are in. In the fight. Yeah, I mean, these will show you the interactions, but there are some details that are just in the book and aren't in a handout anywhere. But you
Can I
can let me
do
know if you have any
great?
questions.
Can I do great strike right off the bat, or does that take time?
You have to
So-
do it twice in a row.
Yeah,
to do
Great
it.
Strike is scripted twice, and only happens on the second beat. The first beat is you basically
Stand and
prepare
roll.
the strike. Yeah, basically.
Right. Yeah, I'm just gonna strike.
Just strike. Yeah, that makes sense.
Uh,
One thing to keep in mind, guys. Sorry, I meant to remind everybody about this. Your weapon speed determines how many times you can attack consecutively with the weapon in a row.
Right.
So you can't just keep scripting strike. So for example, yours, Theo, you can do it. You can attack twice in a row before you have to do something else besides attack. And for you, Connor,
Is it only attack, or is it like any? If you can't do an action twice.
it's not an action twice. It's just attack with the weapon. So strike, great strike, block and strike, something like that, right?
Sorry, what was the context of what you're saying?
So for you, for example, Connor, you have also a 2. Okay, so you can't do 3 strikes in a row, or
Oh,
you
yeah.
have to you have to attack, do something else besides attack once you've hit
Well,
the 2.
what about block and strike? Because isn't that both?
It is both, and I think it counts as both. So you couldn't do strike, great. You couldn't do strike, block, and strike. You would have to do strike, block. Right.
Is-
You can't-
I don't think.
No. I'm saying like if you did strike, block, and strike,
that's fine.
you
It
can
would,
do
it would break up the sequence, right? As long as it's not 3 in a row, right?
Oh,
I don't think
you
you can even fucking strike in.
Well, because your weapon speed is 2, which means you can do 2 strikes in a row, and then you can't do a third in a row before you have the rest. What were we saying, Connor?
I don't think we can even do block and strike. I don't think block and strike is something that we have access to.
Cantarius, you can't. Theo can because he has a shield.
Oh, I see.
What kind of shield is mine? Because it just says shield, but it says there's 4 types of shields.
You have a target shield.
Target shield. That's a good. So that's +2.
At least it's not a Walmart shield.
I think I think it is target shield, or I think it is. Sorry, 2 dice, I believe.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I don't have to like switch weapons or anything with that, right? Because I have
I don't
shield
think
in one hand. Okay. I think I have this right. I have it.
Cool. I'm trying to find.
Just considering one other thing. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to do it.
I answered your question in the chat, Theo, if that's what you were wondering.
Yeah.
All right.
Connor, did you decide if that's what you wanted to do or not?
I'm just going to ask about it. For being in a lock, they can't do anything except for try and break out of the lock, right?
Good question. I'll find it. I think if I remember correctly,
You get penalty dice the more the longer the lock is in place, but
so I assume they can try something.
I think it might have just been at like a penalty of some sort. I don't remember.
that's fine.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't really. Yeah, I'll just keep it then. That's fine. I mean, it is what it is. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just like a terrible strategy in general.
I don't think so. It worked well for the kind of pseudo fight we did with Constantino. I'll check real quick.
That's what I remembered, but
Okay, here's how it works. You text your power. It uses the hand's weapon length, so you will have to see your advantage. So it might not actually be a good idea.
Oh, you'd
have to see your advantage.
Okay.
Well, what about charge/tackle? Is that, I assume that you could do that and then he'd be in hands range, right?
It said it was hard to do.
Yeah, it would get harder because if you have like a weapon. I mean, you can do anything at any range. It's just you're going to have a terrible penalty because you're going to be using your hands as a weapon, right?
Yeah. If you successfully charge, you also take advantage for your hands or whatever weapon you're holding, except spears and missiles.
So you could charge, and then you'd be in hand range for a lock.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, you have the advantage of the hands. Yeah, okay. So it automatically assumes that you're taking the advantage if you succeed on it, Connor. So you are fine. You just won't have your staff as your weapon at that point. Because you're locking him.
One last question. Does Theo have armor?
No, he just has a shield.
Okay.
Wait, didn't your shield break? Or did it not? I don't remember. I thought it did. When you were fighting Faustus. Didn't he get hit by an arrow at some point or something?
No, he mean the neck.
The eye, but yeah. Yeah, okay, I guess. I seem to remember maybe we just talked about how it might break. All right, cool. I need to figure out what this guy's doing. All right, let's see. Let's see if...
So this says obstacles for actions played against no opposed actions. It says half an ob. Oh,
yeah. What is it?
Oh, well, like some of them say half, like half skill.
Yeah, so it'd be half of whatever their skill is. Rounded down, I think.
That's you get additional, or that's the ob to the.
That's the ob for the test. All right. right. I need to figure out. Oh man, there's so much action he gets to do. This is this is a lot.
Who gets to do a lot of action?
The God of War.
Oh,
I'm trying to just figure out how to portray it on the cards here.
you guys are about to fight Kratos. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, dude, Kratos would only have 12 actions in one turn.
Oh, what? I
What?
need to put that card over.
Oh.
How do I flip it over? This isn't my card.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, I can't do cards for this guy. I'm just gonna have to write it down.
What's the matter?
I
because
can't.
he's got 10 million.
Yeah, exactly. He's had. Yeah, this is okay. I'm just writing it down for myself real quick here. 1.1.
Can I look at it without flipping it over? Connor, look away.
Look away from what?
I don't remember which one was which.
He already has his scripted, so
Yeah, you're.
Okay.
I can't see the cards. I'm looking at the handouts on the screen, so everything's blacked out.
Okay. This one's this one.
And
Get rid of these ones now.
oh, that's right. I forgot about that rule, David.
which one?
Where you hesitate if you take damage.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I think I.
And
Okay.
I have one question actually. Great Strike. Does that happen on the first beat or the
Happens
second?
on the second.
You chamber it. It's the first great strike, and then the second great strike you swing, and you have to get that far.
Yeah, so basically you want to script it when you know that they're going to be like not attacking you.
Or you could have two actions every time you do an action, and you could just great strike
That's
every
true.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh,
I'm gonna completely change.
I'm gonna have to change mine too.
Yeah, because he's already not going to instantly murder everybody. Well, I don't know if you can great strike with your fists.
Oh, good question.
Alfons guesses he's so arrogant he's only going to fight me with his bare hand to shame me.
I'm just gonna put it back down here.
It looks like you can, yeah.
You should guess that his bloodlust is so intense that he won't take the time to summon a weapon.
Yeah, I guess that too. He's so mad he lost his sword. He's just that's all he can think about is beating me to death with his bare hands.
All right. Well, let me
Not
know.
that it'll help that much.
You get a steel sword and be like, I thought it'd be longer. And then you just make it
Cantarius, who does anyone still doing their actions?
I technically I have just one more question basically. I'm completely changing mine because of that roll,
Yeah.
that stupid roll I forgot.
Oh, okay.
After I, well, let me ask David. Well, unless, whoa.
You can go ahead and ask me.
Sorry. I'm assuming Adam has already said his.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just real quick. So after a lock,
Mhm.
what's the next beat? If
I think you keep.
lock from a strike, what is that?
You
Or
just
so I
continue to
think-
lock, right?
I think you have him in a lock until he breaks free of the lock.
okay.
You are at a hand's range, so if you do attack, you're hitting them with your fist and not your staff. But you can also keep scripting the lock and increase the lock until he's unconscious, right?
That's what we did with Constantino. You locked him and you just kept
You kept
locking him
locking.
until he passed out.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right.
Because the idea is like it's based on the margin of success, and if you don't get enough margin of success on the first lock to knock him unconscious, then you can keep trying to tighten the lock.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
Sweet. Jared, do you have yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that it matters.
We're all just gonna die, and Tanis and
Oh wait, do I get extra turns with 6 speed?
It should be on your reflexes. What is your reflexes?
Oh,
That's what you should have been looking at.
I'm dumb. Jokes on
we
you.
scripted the exact same thing.
You have a reflex of 5, Alfons, which means you get
5 actions. Yeah.
in which case
Where do they go?
So you have to do 1 in
2,
each
2, and 1.
volley. Yeah, and then 2 in
You did choose
one.
where.
2 and 2.
So 2, 2, 1. So you have 3 volleys. 2 of them have 2 actions, and one of them will have 1 action.
Right.
But you could decide what order those are in.
So,
Right. So you can
so
take
I'm
your
gonna
1
have
action one
6
first.
6 strikes instead of 3 strikes.
But you can only do 2 strikes at a time.
2 strikes at a time, I believe. Well, I guess it
Probably.
is. Here, let me check what sword I had for him. You have a weapon speed of 3
Oh,
with
okay.
yours.
You can
Alfons.
attack 3 times, and then you have to do something else, or you can attack again.
Did we
Okay.
reveal it's scripted?
No,
Oh, okay.
it sounds like Garrett still has to figure out his, so we can start
I
with
know
yours.
it's yeah.
And whoever want to start with this is fine.
All right, my last card's ready.
Okay, I'll start. I want to sing Howl or Pray.
I assume Howl is the choice you made.
Yep.
Ow.
Do you just have yours written down, Alphonse?
Yeah, it's right next to my guy.
Oh, on the other side of it.
Cast a spell is one of the options. You didn't have to draw a card. Literally draw it.
So these are your first 2 right here.
Yep.
And then you're casting a spell.
Yeah.
What are you attempting to do?
None of your beeswax.
Well, it kind of is because I need to know if you can actually accomplish it in 1 action. I don't think you can typically.
Well, it's going to be my 2 action thing.
Do you know? I don't know if you know of how the rules work, Jared, to know whether or not something is going to be 2 actions to accomplish.
Oh, summon David.
Well, we got to check. So you have spatial. You'd be attempting to do what was like arcane action, basically.
Yeah.
To like get him here faster. The actions for such a thing. It should say at the bottom here. Let me find it. Casting time. Number of actions equals to its obstacle. Except evoke. And you do an evoke.
What?
Yeah, again, magic is not a thing you usually do in The only exception to this is you could do an evoke effect, which is like
Then
forcing...
we should never be able to use magic ever if it takes an hour to cast if it takes 6 seconds per ob.
No, it's not 6.
I don't get
No.
that.
That's not what... It's not D&D turns. Actions are like heartbeats. They're very small measures of time. It's not seconds. It's not 6 seconds.
Right, but basically it would take you an entire rotation of rounds
Yes.
with your reflexes to have done that.
Though, to be fair, margin of success can be used to make the time less by like 10% per margin. So if you got enough successes, you could lower those actions down to 2.
Well, I can't ask the ob. So.
I mean, you already know the ob. It's ob actions equal to the obstacle. Or no, sorry, yeah. Didn't we do this before?
So in
some
David,
point? Yeah.
I don't remember.
a year ago.
Do we remember at all?
No. Yeah, I don't remember the obs from stuff.
You're not. Yeah, he's not that
two
far away.
weeks
I don't
ago.
think it would be that difficult. You know what, Jared? I actually do think it would be managed. I think it's a thing you should still try. I think that would be really cool.
Okay.
Like if you get enough successes, it's not going to matter the actions anyway.
Right, but if he
Um,
gets slapped during that, he's just gonna have to roll his steel test and fail, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, but if he makes it to round 2 without you showing up anyway, like he's going to be dead no matter what.
Yeah.
Well,
That's kind of just a placeholder.
No, I think it makes sense. That would be the thing you try at that point. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the first round of Alfons and Tanis before we go back to Cantarius and Theo. Okay, so your first one is
Are you sure? My first turn's gonna be very long.
strike, and then his is great strike. So he's setting up. He actually does what you think he was going to do. He raises his fist and he's going to pummel you with his god fists.
oh, so you can great strike without a weapon, huh?
Yep.
Nice.
All right.
So
So
you just use brawling instead.
if my dice was enough, could I theoretically kill him in one shot? Just through sheer number of dice.
Sheer number of dice, probably. Well, actually, you do have a great shared sword because you stole it from me. Yeah, I think you can.
Each point. Do it.
So I'm going to call upon the thing we forgot probably like 2 years ago.
Okay.
I never used my minor epiphany for sword.
You're correct.
I used my deeds point the very
That's
first
funny.
session when I had 0 fate and 0 persona into my sword.
Yeah, and then at some point you got. I remember us talking about this. At some point you got the threshold, and we just never. It was never important
That's
at
funny.
that point. Okay, yeah, I'm fine
so
with that.
Here's the other thing. I'll point out that no matter how well you do on this, he still gets to roll armor at the end.
Yeah.
And it will probably do nothing. But
That's
so
true.
just before you blow your load on it.
oh,
might not.
well, that's why I was asking theoretically, could I win?
I mean,
I
you
think you
could if you manage
armor
to
can just
get
negate
like
it.
no success. Yeah. So what's the VA on your weapon? I guess
Pretty good.
Caleb, what's the VA on his weapon?
Yeah, I'll find it. I think
Because
it's like-
basically his armor's got probably like five dice or something like that, 6 dice, something like that. And he has to get a number of successes equal to your VA plus 1. And if he does, he just doesn't take damage. That's how it works.
Interesting.
I think there are ways to, like, I think Great Strike does more VA, and
Yeah,
there's
Great
stuff
Strike
like that,
increases
but,
your VA by like 1 or 2 or something.
real
That's about
quick,
it, though.
It would
Oh,
be a
there's any other
superior quality longsword. Yeah, okay, this is. Oh, that is correct. Okay, weird. Yeah, it's only a 1 VA.
Yeah, swords aren't good at going through armor. So basically, with his 5 or 6 dice, whatever it is, he'd have to get 2 successes. And if he does, he do no damage. And if it's superior quality armor, which would be dumb if it wasn't, it will basically never get damaged. So unlike before when we were whittling the armor down, that won't happen. But
It's still probably the best chance you have.
your magic attack has great VA.
Oh, it doesn't
Unfortunately.
matter. I can't use it.
Even if that's a terrible idea in fight.
Oh, true, it's really slow. Yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
I had, I'd need like 3 rounds of him doing nothing, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's not the worst idea to try for it, Jared.
Well,
I can't. Yes, but I can't think of another time where you would use that minor epiphany.
I was gonna put both of my deeds points into this roll,
I wouldn't do that.
and then major epiphany.
I wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, so this is
Because unfortunately, no matter how well you do, all he has to do is roll 2 successes on like 6 dice. There's no way to like.
I'll double check and make sure that's the case, but yeah, it seems so.
Since we're on the topic and you reminded me, I also never used my minor epiphany for brawling.
Dude,
Really? Yeah, I think that's the case.
Fight is broken.
Yeah. I never used my deeds point for. No, I'm kidding.
That's not true.
I'll be right back.
I still think I would try it, Jared.
I didn't have 5 persona in brawling when I put my deeds point into it.
Yeah. I still think this is the best time to use your minor epiphany, Jared.
Yes.
Right?
I was gonna put all my.
You shouldn't spend 2 more deeds points in it, but
yeah, I forgot that armor trivializes literally everything.
Well, keep in mind also, you don't need to get any success. Like, he is doing nothing. You don't need a bunch of successes to win this. You just do it.
Well, yeah, but I need to. The only way I survive is killing him right now.
Yeah, so your ob is 1.
Yeah.
So you just need to get enough successes that you're aiming for a part of his body that doesn't have as much armor. Right? How
many successes kills him?
So the thing that you can do
is calling a shot a thing?
Yes, well that's part of it. Is like you're trying to get enough successes that you can aim it at his head, which will have less armor, or you know something else that has. I'll figure.
Well, like when you roll magic, you can spend successes to do things. Is that
yes, there is less options for just a regular attack, but there are still options. So you would want to attack it against his something like his head and not his torso. Here we go. Yeah.
Is he wearing a helmet?
You add your add, which for your sword, yeah, he is wearing it. Actually, no. I
guess he wants to look me in the eye.
No, I think I described it as such. You're correct that he is arrogant. He never expected you to have his sword in your hand. I think he could probably summon it later, but I will give it to you. He does not have armor on his head. He does not have a helmet. But basically what you'd be doing then with your extra successes is you have an add of 2, so you would need 6 successes over that ob to do max damage. You need get 7 successes. No, you need 9 successes total to hit him in the head with max damage.
9 success. So there is a max damage in this game?
Yeah, well, because it's based on your weapon. Sorcerous Fire is unlimited. That's the only thing that is. But again, you have a Gray Shade sword, so this will kill him in theory, or at least hurt him enough.
Okay. Let's see. So my sword is 7. I got a fork in brawling, fighting style, sword, and technique wise. That's 12.
That's fine.
I could just spend a deeds point to auto succeed, right?
If you have enough dice, yeah.
Well, you said I needed 9 or whatever.
Yep.
And if I spend it to get 12, that's more than 9.
Well, so the way it works is you either spend it in advance to double your exponent, or you spend it after the fact to make all of the dice you have successes.
Oh. Okay. So I don't even need to spend it here.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I will say you should spend 1 persona in this test. We'll say that's the last persona you needed to spend for your epiphany.
Oh, sure.
We're activating it now. But
sure. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna take this more seriously then and forking. So
Okay, I did change his stats slightly for this version of the character since it's God of War, so I do need to actually figure out his mortal wound again. Give me a second. But you're doing
You just kill him in one shot?
We're working on it. Do I get Noble Wise still?
Not to attack him in this moment,
Okay.
no.
Do I get Stealthy because that was a stealthy thing that I did beforehand?
Did they make an engagement roll?
They don't need to because they have the same. No, we did. Yes. Alfons, he has +2 ob, which means you get 2 free successes. Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. All right, sorry, go ahead. Did you say stealthy, Jared?
No, it's not a versus. It's not a
stole his
versus
sword.
test. He doesn't get. There's no difference here. There's not a versus test.
Yeah, but wouldn't you get a?
No.
Bonus then?
It's only if because the ob is a base because he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything to have an ob penalty towards. He's setting up a great strike. That's all he's doing. There's no ob penalty he's getting to anything.
No, but Jared should have a bonus dice to his attack.
I don't think that's how it works. No, I think it's just
if he's not losing anything.
No, the way it works is it only gives a penalty to the person who does not have the advantage, which would matter in a versus test. It would give Alfons 2 free successes, but it's not a versus test, so it does not give anything.
I'm versing his 1 ob though.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
Right.
He's doing nothing. He's not acting.
But so then he doesn't get 1 ob, he gets 0.
No, 1 ob is he's not doing that 1 ob. That's just the base ob for attacking someone who's doing nothing.
Yeah, the chart says if you're doing that into a great strike, you have ob 1. Yep.
All right, do I get Stealthy for my stealthy maneuver beforehand?
What?
For stealing a sword or inconspicuous, or I don't know. Maybe it would be conspicuous. I don't know.
Honestly, the thing that maybe should have happened, I don't think we're going to do this now, but maybe I should have had him make a steal test for surprise. He probably would have succeeded it, though. That's really the only thing that would matter.
Yeah, there's no way he would have failed a steal test.
Yeah, I assume so.
We all have like 10. We all have like 9 or 10 steal. There's no way he doesn't have like 30 steal at this point.
He literally gets a challenging steal test every time he walks into the work.
Yeah, do I get a bonus dice for the surprise of the previous situation?
No, that's he would have succeeded on his steal test, and so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, crap! I need to make this gray shade. A minute. Gray shade.
Yeah, you will need to get pretty high on this roll, but
well, you said I needed a 9.
what I mean is you to do max damage. Wait, let me see if there's anything else.
All right, would you need to roll high?
Well, I just did his mortal wound.
Right?
I'm trying to figure out how much damage you can actually do.
Can I even do enough damage to kill him theoretically?
Maybe. What's your strength?
It doesn't seem so. I'm hoping I did this right. Let me see. Oh no, okay, I didn't do this right. I need to do it again.
One day the mysteries of Burning Wheel will be open to somebody.
No, I just don't read it.
It won't be us. But it will be somebody.
You would do a wound to him, you would not kill him.
How bad of a wound?
Well, you do a B10. That's the highest you can do as Alfons. Which you don't know until it happens how much that is, but you can guess that it's not a mortal wound.
It's a gray, but I'm using a gray sword.
Yeah, but he has gray health or gray mortal wound and stuff.
Yeah, you need a great sword to hurt him at all.
That's the point. You're able to hurt him now, but
sure. So you need. I still need 9. Is that how much I needed?
You will want 9 to do anything meaningful.
Why would he need 9 successes?
To do max damage. I need
max damage and to hit his head. I realize that I described that he's not wearing a helmet, which means if Jared can hit his head, then he doesn't have to worry about the armor.
Well, he only needs 1 success to hit him, and then he needs 4 successes to get a superb.
Add his 2.
Yeah,
add his
so
2.
It's 5.
Yeah, plus
2 to move the head, so he needs 7.
Well, so up 1, 3, 5. So, oh yeah, sorry, 7. I added another 2 in there for some reason.
But also, that's very convenient that he's not wearing a helmet.
That's sword wise, my friend.
Oh, I was like, what
Thank
goodness.
Yeah,
Like, why is that so bad?
You had a 1 in that.
you have a 1 X.
How is that even possible?
It's sword wise. Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I guess he opened it when
You
he
have to have a perception of like 2 or 3.
That sucks.
That was pretty bad.
Oof. And you didn't get a single 6. Deeds time.
Man, I can't believe I'm
Well,
here's
Deeds
the
isn't
thing.
going to help him now.
Sucks.
Why not? You can just make them all successes.
It doesn't matter. Oh, right. No, you're right.
And if you hit him in the head, he doesn't have armor, so he actually dies. So like, it's actually worth it then.
Yeah. If I re-roll 1 and get a 6,
yeah,
then I can re-roll that 6 to get a
exactly. Yeah, I would try
Yeah,
fate
you can
first.
fade it. Yeah, that's true. That's maybe spend $1 before you spend $1 million.
Yeah, so put in 2 ob and 1 die on the fate there. Not quite.
Close. You have a call on? Wait, you have a thing you can use on his call on for any stat once, right?
Wait. I made sword wise gray, not sword gray.
Oh, yeah. No, you would have succeeded. You had
Yeah.
3 3s.
There you go.
You're good.
That's
You're
hilarious.
Oh no! It doesn't make It doesn't make your sword gray.
Yeah.
No, because you had epiphany. You had
epiphany.
epiphany. Yeah. I remember now.
Oh, right.
There's so many different things going on.
So many things going on, yeah.
Okay. Yep. So you do get the successes you need, which means you do a B10 wound to his head. He can't do anything about it. That is a midi wound for him.
Is that good?
He has -2 dice to everything he does now. But given that his lowest stat is a 5, it does not take him down. He will have to make a steel test now. He'll probably succeed it, but we'll make it anyway.
Doesn't the damage you take impact the difficulty of the steel test?
I don't
in some way?
think so. No.
I thought it did. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I thought it did too.
I don't have the book in front of me, so
Yeah.
I'll look at it. Oh, that's nice. Severity of the wound is subtracted from steel. Right. Because the wound automatically, that's what it is. The wound is applied to steel automatically. So he is getting -2 dice. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, his ob is only 3. He just barely succeeded.
wow.
But luckily, one thing it does say here is, it only matters if he had failed. If he had failed with that head wound, he would hesitate for an extra action beyond the one it said. It says for like arm wound, you drop what you are holding that arm. If you fail your steel test. Leg wound, you fall to 1 knee if you fail your steel test. Prone if by 2+ actions.
Oh, wow.
So there's
I don't
definitely
think we've
worse
ever
things that
used
happen.
any of that stuff.
No, yeah, I think they're optional rules, but yeah, they're super cool. So he barely manages. I mean, it is very intimidating to watch this, Alfons. You hit him in the head with a sword, and he does not flinch.
Uh-oh.
Right? Like, you do a slash across his, like maybe I don't know. There's a big dent in his head from this sword, but he does not flinch.
I hit a soft spot. He's got a big now.
And so his first action there, because he gets to two actions on your 1 action, right? His first action during your 1 action there was set up Great Strike, and now it's execute Great Strike. And so he's racing his fist, just trying to slam you. So I'll go to Great Strike real quick. This is actually going to be terrifying. I looked at what he can actually do with just his fists.
Nice.
Okay, so this
his
is against.
fists aren't a gray weapon, right? So he can use his armor.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. Are his fists a gray weapon? I feel like they must be, right? Why wouldn't they?
I don't know. I mean, why would they be?
Because he's a gray shaded being by.
Well, sure, but like your hands don't go through metal just because you're cool. I don't know.
I mean, they do it if you're a god.
I don't know. I guess because I don't know. I don't even know how it treats hands as a weapon. To be honest,
It does. It treats the hands as a regular weapon. You need to gray shade your fists if you want them to be gray. And I think that a god is one of the very few beings that would have gray shaded fists, right?
I suppose.
Especially at the God of War. I think he does. Yeah, again, the goal of this combat is not to have a fair fight against Alfons. It's to force Alfons to spend all of his persona points not to die. So this is going to be Great Strike against Ob 1, because you're not doing anything during this time. Great Strike. All right, he's doing his brawling. What did I just... Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so he's doing this, right? Hammer fist.
Nice.
With his Great Strike. Bypasses block. Choose before you roll +1 to your incidental marker superb damage results or +1 to your weapons versus armor rating. He'll do armor rating. He's trying to smash through your armor, right? Oh, except armor only matters. He's doing a gray weapon against black armor, right? So I think that means it doesn't matter. So he'll add 1 to his incidental marker superb damage. Okay, in which case he's not gonna. It doesn't matter where he hits, so he's not gonna worry about that. All he needs to get is how many successes to do max damage. What is add for fists? I assume like 1. Add is 2.
Probably whatever the highest. Really? Add is 2? That's surprising.
Mm-hmm.
I would think it would have the worst ad in the game.
He needs to get 5 successes to do the thing he wants to do here, which is punch you at match.
It has the same ad as a sword? Really?
Yeah, but typically you're not doing that much damage, right?
Well, I guess that's true.
It's just that he has like an 8 gray shaded power because he's a god of war. All right, here we go. Whoa, he failed because he has his wound dice. He does have fate, so he'll spend 1. There you go. Wow, he got the one in. Wow, he did 2 6s in a row. That was really lucky. Okay, so he hits you for max damage with his fist, which means it's a gray shade 12, which obviously Alfons cannot take.
I was Ob 5.
I put Ob as 5 because that was what the successes he actually wanted to get to do max damage.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Actually, it's a gray shaded. It's a G13 damage, which Alfons, you're just gonna have to spend a persona to not take it, right?
Yeah. I spend a persona to not die.
Yeah. So what do you want because typically what it is if you're doing it before you take the wound, then it's redirecting the narrative away from the fist hit, right? So maybe this would be he just tears your armor off.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's what happens, right? We get him hammer fist, and you are dodging out of the way just in time, like you have this instinctual out of the way just in time, Alfons, and he hits maybe the back of your breastplate and hammer fists into it, creates a big dent, and then just takes his hands like this, and it just rips the armor off like it's aluminum foil, right? And then
I think the way you wrote that belief the first time was accurate, Jared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, he tosses the pieces.
More and more like Narani.
Wait, is he like shirtless? Is he just like freaking jacked? He's just like...
Right, yeah, it definitely looks like you see Alfons.
and then Alfons does the same thing, and he has like just a suit, like in SpongeBob, and he's like...
He takes off your armor, and you look at him, and you say, "You're not my dad, are you?" You want to have sex with another parent? That'd be weird.
Oh yeah. Oh boy. So yeah,
are we related?
he tears off your armor, throws it to the side, and then basically, I think we can just assume your entire armor is just gone. Like that's the cost. Like, the whole thing falls apart.
Anyways.
Yeah, the whole thing falls apart because the buckles and straps on your like gauntlets and stuff like just fall apart and are snapped and stuff, and it starts falling off in pieces. That's the cost there, right? Like you're in an even worse situation now. If anyone comes up to you and tries to stab you, it's not going to matter. And then we get. So yeah, we'll just do that. That was the first action of that. Actually, let's do by volley. So we'll flip your other one. So you're trying to do another strike here, Jared?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
So I think a 7 again or 9. You said what? I don't know.
7.
Wait,
his action this time is not another great strike. It's a regular strike. So he'll go ahead and do that as well.
We're basically just kill each other.
Yeah, you might.
Sword. I'm gonna actually roll sword this time.
Basically doing the same thing. Failed worse that time.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a great hit.
Another.
Okay,
and he didn't get any
missed.
6s on that either.
What the heck? All your luck is.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you can do MIDI against the head again.
I even it out now. It's a dent on both sides.
Yeah.
Now he's got a mohawk, but it's just his skin. There you go.
All right, cool. I mean, this is going very, very well for you.
Yeah, I should have just kept doing strikes. I don't.
Well, you can only do so many in a row.
Yeah. I have one more though before
one more that you
needed
can
to do magic.
Yeah.
You can always change what you're doing, but it does make you forfeit an action. I assume you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll steel. He might actually fail this one.
He's got -4.
Nope. He rolled terribly last time. That was a great roll.
He keeps getting all the 6s. That's where all my 6s are going.
Wild.
Sucking away your luck. So no flinching whatsoever, right? I mean, Alfons, you're in the best fighting form of your life here, right? This is definitely the best you've ever been. But it is incredibly intimidating to see him barely flinch from being like chopped in the head with a sword. Okay, cool. So that's the fight we're getting there, and then let's cut over to Cantarius and Theo and get the first bits of their volley. Oh, sorry. I guess he has,
just before.
Sorry, real quick. He has one more action that he does get before, because he has 2 actions on your one, but he scripted in a void, which I, on second thought, probably doesn't make any sense for me to do because he's
got some brain damage going on right now.
But he wouldn't be able to do another strike anyway. He's used his 3 actions or whatever it is, or maybe great strike only costs 1. I don't remember.
I don't think setting up a great strike counts, but
either way, I don't think he does anything. It's fine.
So can I not do 3 since I've established what I have? Can I not do 3 blocking strikes in a row?
You cannot.
Okay.
Also, why do you have a prayer here?
No, I was just trying to throw him off.
Oh, I see.
Wow. You have 3 cards? That doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, Which one is it? I don't know. Okay, so
all right, so go ahead and flip over your first one, Connor and Adam.
Do this then.
All right, block and strike. Connor, what are you doing?
Strike, but I can't figure the like options.
Wait. Was I supposed to allocate the dice first?
Nope. It flipped over for you. There you go.
Price.
Was I supposed to allocate the dice first, or?
No, I don't think so. I think you're doing it now. So the way this works is for block and strike, Adam, is you are testing your weapon skill, Trident, and then you divide your dice into 2 pools before rolling, 1 for defense and 1 for attack. You add your shield dice to the defense portion. And Lost the versus armor ready. Wait, what does that mean?
What? Sorry. What?
So there's another thing here. I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna ignore it. Okay. But yeah, go ahead there, Adam.
Soon I can do arena-wise and shield training for this.
Shield training can't give you a dice. That's what it's letting you do it in the first place. But arena-wise makes sense.
Okay.
Cantarius, you're just doing a strike. So you're going to be doing it against his block successes. So we'll probably do that first. Adam, go ahead and roll your whatever you decide your dice pool is going to be for block, and don't roll these as trident on the sheet there. Just roll a dice pool, /R space whatever dice greater than 4.
Greater than 4? Because it's gray shaded?
Greater than 4 means black shaded. It's greater or equal than is what it's actually doing.
Isn't it? But isn't my trident gray shaded?
Is your trident skill gray shaded?
No.
Yeah,
is
then
it?
it's not.
So
You'll do gray shade damage. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's /R. How is it? The number first? How many dice?
/R space number D6 greater than 4.
Got what, 8 or 9 dice? 8 for trident and 1 for arena wise.
Are you doing all in on defense?
No, I'm just saying I have 9 total.
Oh, that's fine then. Yeah, sounds right. Okay, so 3. Cantarius, go ahead and you roll yours now. Your ob is 3.
Do I not roll for fate?
I'm brawling, right?
You can, but usually you do it after the fact, right? You want to see what Connor's
doing. Brawling? How does brawling work when we're fighting with weapons?
Brawling, he's not being sophisticated with his attack, is what this is. It's just him wailing on you with a staff. Yeah. Cantarius' fighting style has never been elegant. It's always been brutal.
What forks can be forked into something like this? Because, I mean, I could describe myself being brutal and demon possessed and fork in intimidation, but I don't know if that works for fight rules.
I don't think for fight rules that makes sense. Bloody versus it makes sense because there's like an abstraction going on. For you, anatomy is certainly applicable.
Oh, right. Okay.
But maybe
Isn't
not.
a minus advantage for now having different beliefs?
His belief doesn't go against killing you right now.
Oh.
Technically.
Yeah,
he can save the world without you.
Beliefs are conflicted.
But yeah, I think just anatomy, Connor, as far as I'm seeing.
Okay, and then I'm going to fork in or add a persona point for brawling to make it a minor epiphany.
Right.
And then I'm also trying to decide if it's worth spending my deeds point beforehand to double my dice pool instead of just rerolling failed dice.
How many dice do you have to work with?
You should just not spend these points on trying to kill another player.
Keep in mind, Connor. Hey, Connor, keep in mind
something
real quick. Keep in mind you have corruption.
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that.
Hold on. This doesn't affect it, but I had one slot in one of my other cards that I wanted to ask about. It doesn't affect. It's not affected by what it's doing, but I had just a slot I don't know what to do with. What do you do when you pray? Like, how does that? Is that a?
That's something that can happen during the regular actions that you're doing. So you get to do that in addition to.
How do you do that if you have 2 actions already?
It doesn't matter. You're putting it on top of them. It doesn't count as an action.
You could just do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Each.
What's the disadvantage of that? Why I would have done that?
No disadvantage. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You could be praying. Nope. Nothing like that. You're just doing it during.
I wouldn't have done this one.
Well, no, you would want to be doing it always because it takes multiple actions usually to do it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well,
it'll be going
I was
over
trying
your
to think.
actions.
I didn't see that there was a pray one.
No, that's fine.
I was like, is it not work in the battle? Because I know
Faith does not cost an action and can be done alongside other actions. Prayer and melee counts as speech, no action cost. A short prayer takes about 2 volleys to invoke. So not 2 actions, 2 volleys. So you'd be having it here and here, and once this volley's over, then your prayer would go off.
just do that for free.
Yep.
Okay. Do I roll now or do I just?
Let's have Cantarius. You won't roll now for prayer now. Cantarius, let's figure out your attack here.
And I can spend a persona point to add my corruption exponent, right, to the roll.
No. Persona point, you may substitute your corruption for the skill or stat. For a deeds point, you can add your corruption exponent to any skill or stat test.
Okay.
Only helpful if the thing you're rolling is going to be way less than the corruption. In this case, I don't think it makes sense. The thing to do here would be to spend a fate point to help yourself with corruption, which would give you two extra dice.
Oh, okay. So I'll do that then. And one thing I'm thinking of.
Caleb talked about
is there are there like right now, are there any other goals that Cantarius could feasibly accomplish that are in this area? Like Dark Cantarius, I mean?
What if he like he beats me down and then I'm like about to die and then he like offers, he's like, I can save you right now. And then it's like, he's like coercing me, trying to sell my soul. He's like, you either die or I can save you right now. And like, the point that he brought up in the argument, or like, I'm going to die again. And he's like, well, I saved you once. And now it's like me, what is Kratos talking or whatever his name is?
Kratos.
Now he's like, yeah, like if that happens, that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I could kill you right now.
So Connor, what are you saying?
Well, so I have a deeds point that I want to spend as Dark Cantarius, but that's a really good point. I couldn't use it trying to kill him.
Kill Theo, yeah.
Yeah. Well, not. I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of like, all those artifacts are there, right? But I'm no longer trying to end the world. I left my beliefs to kill my friends, instead. But I'm trying to think if there's another way to.
It sounds like that's what you're focused on right now.
Right, I know. I'm trying to think of. I'm just trying to think if
the only other thing you can do during the fight is talk.
Yeah, then I don't care about doing that. Are there any gods that I could try and kill? Any
gods you could try and kill?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there is. One's fighting Alfons right now.
Yeah, you can't get
but I mean, so Cantarius or Dark Cantarius. Yeah, I guess my beliefs are a bit conflicted, but maybe if Theo can change Cantarius' mind about his wanting to kill his friend's belief. So let me go look.
Yeah, I think right now what Dark Cantarius, I almost said Dank Cantarius.
Totally different game.
Yeah, I know. Dark Cantarius is just trying to kill Theo. I think that your beliefs are pretty much just that. Like, I think Cantarius is trying to kill Theo as hard as he can. Obviously, regular Cantarius wants to save the world, but he doesn't have to not kill Theo to do that. Like, I think in Cantarius' twisted mind, it might be Cantarius is going to kill Theo and then save the world himself.
Yeah. Okay, right. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to spend a deeds point on it. But I was but is there a different way that I could spend a deeds point to still harm in this situation without like taking a player out of the game? So
not with this. No, yeah.
Well, if I'm going to do a prayer, hopefully I'm going to do something that could be useful.
All right. Well, I'm going to fork in anatomy, obviously, and then I'm going to fork in my corruption. So I'll spend a point on that, and spending one persona to get a minor epiphany. And then my ob is 3.
Yep.
So wait, but that is not gray shaded then for that point in time.
Yeah,
so
that wasn't gray shaded.
You 2 more successes. So that's 9.
Okay, yeah, nice. Is there a reason? Oh, yeah, because you got epiphany. Yeah.
Brawling is gratiated for this scene.
Mhm.
Oops.
Sweet.
I just
Yeah,
gave
so I
my-
mean,
instead of
Theo, you
taking-
can spend fate and stuff to get the defenses up, but let's have you roll your attack next. The rest of those dice, and you get a free attack on Cantarius. He's not blocking you here, but
What's like the odd?
1.
Oh, okay.
Mama.
Only 2. Yeah. So in which case, I don't think your add is 1. Let me check. Your add for your weapon is 2. Yeah. So honestly, the only thing you can do is I think you can move your attack to his arm.
Wait, hold on a second.
Head main.
Oh wait, I did something wrong.
Yeah, 1 success to move from torso arms to any location.
I'm missing one because I meant to roll. See, I had 9 dice, and you said I get a +1 attack, right? But I get 2 for my shield, so I think I either rolled 3 to get 5 dice, which would have meant I rolled 6.
What are you
for
talking
attack.
about? You had 9 dice total?
Yeah, and +2 for the shield is what I'm saying.
Oh, so 9 plus 2, so 11.
Or yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you 1 more dice on your attack then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do, Theo, you are going to do a normal wound. There's nothing you can do to increase the type of wound you're giving him, but you can move it to his arm. And if he fails the steel test after he gets the wound, if it's big enough, I don't know if it is yet, he will drop his staff.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's probably your best bet. I don't think it will work, but yeah, you can at least try it. So you're trying to attack him. You're attacking him with your trident on his arm. Cantarius, you beat his successes over his shield to block you. Theo, do you want to spend any fate on either of these rolls to increase your chances here? I think you do have to spend it separately, I think is what we figured out last time, because they're 2 separate rolls. Or maybe I don't remember what we figured out last time. I don't recall what the ruling is on that.
It probably doesn't matter. I'm sure Theo has enough faith that it doesn't really matter.
Right, exactly. So that's why I'm thinking it makes sense to just do it two separate rolls. So yeah, up to you how many fate you want to spend on all this. Treat them as 2 separate rolls for that. So
I can roll 2 dice.
So you can do 2 dice for each of them if you'd like.
Okay.
But you'd have to spend 4 fate in total if you wanted to do that.
Yep.
Cool. So then, yeah, you can just do the fate thing as normal on there, and just.
There's 1.
And that was for defense.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
nothing for attack. Wow, bummer. Okay, so what happens here? Cantarius, you hit him, but you only have 3 successes over him instead of 4 like you had before.
No,
so
the successes are 9.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's 9 successes in brawling. So because I rolled 2 3s, so that's
right. Oh, Adam has a penalty, doesn't he? To what was it? Plus 1. Yeah, so you actually have 10 successes total.
What was that for? Oh,
he has an odd penalty because you have advantage on the length, the weapon length stuff. So in which case, if you have 10, then it's his total successes on it was 4. So you have 6 successes over him. What would you like to use those for? You aim for his head. Say again.
Let me play this not well and gamble it all away. Give him a chance to just go out unscathed.
And do what?
What's the gambling thing where I spend successes to?
That's only for ranged weapons.
Oh, really?
Yep. So your two main options for melee weapons is spend successes to change the location of the hit from a torso to somewhere else, or you can I think your add is 2 on your staff. Most people's add is 2. You can spend 2 successes to increase the damage by 1 category. So right now you're doing an incidental wound, which for you is you'd be doing a B4 or a G. Wait, is your weapon gray shaded? Is that what we said?
I think so.
He does have a demon staff. I assume it is, right?
Yeah, I don't know what else we would have done.
So yeah, be G4.
I don't think it was a gray shaded. The only ones who get gray shaded were the ones I enchanted.
Yeah, no, I know. Except for now, this is demon power. That's
You
equivalent.
just give out stuff to everybody else. I got to roll.
He's
15.
evil now. He's working
gives out
against you. Of course, I'm going to give out.
Everything the bad guys have, Caleb just gave them.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, but he is his own character.
Connor, do you remember? I think I remember that too. That your staff is gray shaded damage.
Yeah, you Faustus enchanted.
Yeah, because it's like all the demon power and stuff went into it. Everyone has gray shaded weapons now. It's fine. Okay. G4 is what you're at right now. You have 6 successes to work with. You can do all of them. You can hit him in the head with max damage if you spend all 6 of those. Because it's 2 for each of those. So you're going to do a G10 wound at Theo's head. And then for Theo, you still hit him, but only enough to do an incidental hit on him.
Dellon!
Yeah, both parties are like, please Dellon. Which for you with your trident is gray shaded, so it is G3. Which actually, I mean, technically, both of you are killing the other because it doesn't even matter. Once it's gray shaded, neither of you have gray shade mortal wounds. So you are both. It doesn't actually. This difference does not matter in the slightest. You are both mortally wounding each other with these attacks. Connor's is like Cantarius is against your head, and yours is against his arm. And Cantarius is a lot harder, but the difference is really negligible. I assume the two of you are going to spend Persona now to not insta be killed by each other.
Okay, yeah, we should both spend Persona, and we should merge.
What?
Merge what?
like
a Zord?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
We should just merge.
That should be what happens.
No, it's like we end up like going into some ethereal realm and fight for eternity.
Wait. Okay. This should be the consequence. We get transferred to the demon plane.
Yeah, you just get a bonus then.
I don't think he can get any higher than he already has.
Well, that's not good. Like, okay, it depends. Like,
we just disappear.
Okay,
Like
let's put it this way. But it depends on how you look at it for Persona Point. Like, Persona Point for Dark Cantarius, should that be like something where Cantarius is about to lose control? Or is me spending your Persona Point like making things worse for good Cantarius? Like, you know what I mean? What is that?
So both of you are spending their Persona Point, and each of you, it's worse for both of you, and it could be in different ways, right? So,
right. Who am I? Worse for me in what way? Worse for Dark Cantarius?
It's worse for.
I think because I'm fighting Dark Cantarius, I think it's worse for Dark.
I think it's worse for Dark Cantarius. That makes sense.
That makes sense then.
Because that's who I'm trying to kill. So the intent is I hurt him.
What should happen to Cantarius is that he's allowed to make a roll again to break free.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So instead of taking a wound, Theo
The holy
gets
light of his glowing trident gets too close to the void in your chest, and yeah. What about you, Theo? What do you think? What's the bad thing that happens instead? Has to be costly, right? So you either have to be like your weapon is gone, or it would have to
My
be
shield
like
is gone? Is that bad enough?
oh yeah, that's probably bad. Yeah, that makes sense. So you raise your shield, and Cantarius just shatters the shield on your arm, right?
Keep in mind, though, Theo, if that means that you have to change your block and strike moves, that might be really bad for you.
No, because it only gives me a +2.
No,
No, but I mean, if you have to change your moves, your actions.
I think the way it works is if he's trying to block and strike, he probably just does the strike because they are technically two separate actions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be too bad.
Okay, all right. As long as that's
it would just be if he just did a block. That would be bad. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me, right? So smashes. But yeah, like the holy light. So Cantarius, what do we see from real Cantarius inside? Didn't we say that it was like Winter talking to you inside?
Yep, and now it's Cantarius actively fighting against Dark Cantarius sitting on the throne. And he's using his, intellectual discipline magic to try and break him down.
Okay. All right. So what's your intent here? What do we see Cantarius doing?
He, I think, is just still actively channeling like some sort of like maybe he's like trying to use his intellectual discipline. I think we described him in Winter like putting out their hands, like trying to banish the darkness. I think they're still trying to do that, but then like the light opens up a bit more, and they're like, and Cantarius says, "No, Winter, put everything you have into it."
I don't really know what Winter was doing.
We were both stretching out our hands, like using like, yeah. He's using his like heavenly angel magic.
Oh right, yeah. He came back from I remember. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Yes. All right, cool.
I think I'm just rolling intellectual discipline, right?
I believe so. Let's see if we can find the roll we made last. If it's up here, looks like we did Ob 7 was the last intellectual discipline skill you rolled, so that makes sense.
And
you can take 2 dice from. Well, here I can just give you the same forks if you want.
Yeah, whatever.
You had 8 dice and then 5 forks.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm sure Winter helped you there too. Is probably what it was.
I think it was also from the dark magic. Like
yeah, because it's intellectual discipline. Yeah. All right, go for it. Ob 7. Oof, that was close.
Look at that.
All right, which belief would you like to change this time?
I think it has to be friends.
My friends are irrelevant.
Yeah, I just broke his shield. I can't. I don't want to take this farther. I almost killed him. Like grade 10, y'all. I don't want to do this anymore.
So we're replacing it with I am a person and my friends need me. I will make sure all my friends stay alive as we stop the demons.
Yep.
Nice. All right, there we go.
Hey.
So the only bad one you have still is the world is more than love and light. I will wield the power of corruption to sweep aside all who stand in my path, no matter the cost.
Yeah, so I think now it's just a matter of he's trying to maybe now his goal is just trying to use the power of corruption to he doesn't want to end the world anymore.
What peace?
So what's his goal? Maybe Faustus's goal inside of Dark Cantarius now is just to consume Cantarius.
Yeah, no, that's what it is, Connor. It's use corruption to sweep aside. Use corruption to sweep aside all in my path. You are the one in your path now.
Yep.
Right?
Maybe
turn inward.
It's off the throne inside his mind.
It's like Cantarius. Yeah. If you kill Cantarius, I'm gonna kill you.
Sweet. All right. Cool. Well, you guys both have.
Can we get that scene of Dark Cantarius like stands up,
sure,
and starts walking towards Cantarius, and maybe Winter like takes a step back, but Cantarius just like stands there like bring it on.
Yeah. Do you want to play Dark Cantarius, or like in terms of speaking, or you want to talk to yourself, or do you want me to talk to you as Dark Cantarius?
Oh yeah, let me give me the scene here, guys. Let me talk for both people for a second. Everybody step aside. I'm just kidding. You can talk to him if you'd like. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I guess what do you think his goal would be at this point in time?
I think basically he says,
I will no longer abide this. You would give up the power that allows us to do what we wish, to accomplish our goals, to finish what we started.
because that's really the big conflict with Cantarius still is giving up this magic, right? He says,
right,
you don't understand. Yeah, this is Cantarius, Dark Cantarius says, you don't understand. Once we I'm trying to think of how, because he's going to try to frame it in such a way where it's like, we can still stop the demons. Oh yeah, this is what it is. He says,
once we finish this, then we will have control over them. Do you understand what that means? It means we can destroy them. We can end this all.
Yeah, I think he says, I know we can end it. I think I'm trying to figure out the right words. I think he's like, yeah, I know we have the power. I know we could end it, but that I don't want to anymore.
Then what? You're going to give up? Then Winter died for nothing. Then everything you've done has meant nothing. Don't you remember where this started, Cantarius? Revenge. Revenge for what they did to us. They took our boy. They took our life. They took our son.
and like you can tell, like Cantarius, even as you look at Winter, like he is still gone, right? This isn't him returning in physical form. He's dead, right? And like part of it is like Cantarius not being able to think straight in terms of like when you really get down to it, it's very easy for a logical argument to be made of just like, no, like stopping the demons will actually stop the demons. Like you don't need the power to stop the demons. You just need to do the artifact, the ritual thing. But Cantarius in this moment is probably not thinking straight. And he ties his ability to stop the demons to the magic, right? And that's been such a thing for him over the last 3 seasons that it's just like, it's going to be super difficult to let go of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like how he's framing it in his mind, because I think he hasn't gotten this other belief away yet. So I think he says, I think he turns and looks at Winter and says, I'm sorry, son, but I think maybe it's time for you to go. And he reaches out his hand to Dark Cantarius. And he says, this is what I was born to do. To rule the demons and end their destruction.
It's the only way.
Yeah, Dark Cantarius says that.
Yeah.
And then Cantarius says back, it's the only way. And then they grab hands and merge and say it together.
And Winter says, no, Father, don't do this. It's corrupting you even now. Yeah, so I think the idea is that we cut away from there, and Theo still has to do one last thing to get that belief changed before it will matter.
Winter is saying like that it's corrupting you even now.
Yeah,
I think Cantarius says, the process is finished, son. There's nothing left of me now.
Nice. Okay, so what was your? Because technically we're still in that first volley there. You're just both doing strikes now, right? Like there's no blocking happening.
We're gonna have to
just
spend
attacking.
Persona.
Well, no, but Dark Cantarius doesn't want to hurt him.
Yeah. So this is the question. Cantarius, I assume what happens is you forfeit your action so you can do something different, right?
Yes.
Theo, you see that he is forfeiting his action, right? Like you see he puts down his staff. You can still kill him if you want to, or you can forfeit your action to then change what you're doing next.
I mean, I think you do like, and then he would stop. I think he would like
pause,
forfeit. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. And then let's go back to so Dellon.
No.
So Dellon, you are running to save Alfons.
I was actually running back up to Cantarius. I thought Alfons was fine.
Well, no, we talked about it last time. We talked about the end of last time. That was what you were going to do. And then Narani came to you and said, Alfons needs you. He's
right. Okay. I couldn't remember if she actually did that or if we were talking about it.
She did. And so Narani teleports you there, basically.
Did she tell me why he needed help?
I think so.
All right. Because I might be like, cool, what do you want me to... You should help me out here. What am I supposed to do about that?
She says, we have given you the tool, and looked down at the sword.
Yeah, I suppose. Sure. I mean, mechanically, if he hits me at all, I die. And I don't know how to... I don't think... Dellon knows enough about the rules of Burning Wheel to understand that that's a danger. So I guess, yeah. I guess we could just see him running then.
Well, so I think he's maybe showing up now.
Oh, right. You said she teleported to me. Okay.
Yeah. And obviously, some of this will depend on how we want this all to go. Alfons is very close to killing the guy, but I think next volley, he's just going to take his sword back. Like, there's no real reason that he would just let you keep it. Because it's magically bonded to him. He was mad with bloodlust and just starts punching you. But I think probably what has to happen next is like he unsummons his sword from you, like Shardblade style. So I think it makes sense that like, does it make sense to you, Jared? And then Dellon shows up and has to help you.
As long as he uses some of his 14,000 turns to do it.
Yeah, he does.
There you go.
That was the next thing he had on his list was like cast spell equivalent, like do his summoning thing, right?
Oh, so we both get to cast the spell, is what you're saying.
I mean, I think it probably what happens here. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's just advance the thing, right? You do your cast spell. He does his cast spell. That's part of what Narani was doing. Like you just teleport Dellon there with the help of Narani. I won't make you roll because Narani was already doing it, right? But the time has been spent to do so. And so, using Narani as your connection, Dellon is warped to you. And then I guess here's the question: what do you do, Dellon?
I guess I'll try to kill him. So where am I when I appear? Where am I in the room?
I think you can be anywhere you want to be, really.
Okay.
He's like in the middle of swinging at you. Oh,
yeah. I spawn and just. I'm dead.
Let me find.
What?
Let me find real quick where it says like joining a combat mid.
Yeah.
Mid thing.
And I know that this is
back. It's like choking.
I know that this is a the God of War is one trying to kill him, right? She told me that much.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. I was checking. Yeah, honestly, I think the less he says, the better chance he has of just being effective and trying to kill him. So I don't think he says anything, right? Like he just, unless he appears directly in front of the guy, he's just going to try and like cut him in the back, right?
Oh,
Yeah, that
you
makes
should you should appear behind him, and then Alfons goes, "Oh look, it's Dellon."
Yes. And he's like, I'm not falling for that trick again, Alfons.
Yeah,
That's
Doesn't
that's
believe
perfect.
So funny. Oh,
That's
my
perfect.
goodness. Hilarious.
And what he does actually on this volley, oh, actually, wait a second. No, he's unsummoned his sword already on the third action, the third set of actions he gets on volley 1. I forgot. So that happened on volley 1. And then what he is actually doing on the first volley of this one, cast spell, Alfons, where you're doing that, is he's actually doing a great strike. Sorry, I forgot how many actions he gets. So he's going to do that. You'll probably have to
So
spend some
casting
point
a
to not
spell
die.
costs 2 turns.
Yeah, it costs 2 actions, which he had. Doing a
What?
prayer costs 2 volleys, which is different from. He just did like a quick summon the sword back to me thing, which is just like an innate thing he has. But I had it cost some time. He just has way more time than you do. So we'll do this first here real quick. And it will be basically the same roll he did last time, except with his sword. So he gets just 1 fork.
Stop ripping paper.
Okay, so he didn't quite get the full thing. So he will do. I guess he doesn't need that much. So he just does a full wound. No, he can only do a midi wound. Not that it matters, but he's only doing gray 11 instead of gray 16.
What a wimp.
So Alphonse, I assume you're spending another persona.
I mean, I could just die and go play Monster Hunter Y.
Jared. What do you think?
My backup character I've rolled up.
For the last session of the game. So what's happening here, right, is he just is moving so fast. He unsummons the sword from you, gives it to himself, and then raises his hand to strike and puts it down while you're still in the middle of casting the spell. What do you do? How do you redirect the narrative away from your certain death?
I mean, I don't know.
So
I
like
can
the
think
example,
of a way that makes sense.
He points and says, "Hey, look, Dellon."
the example the game gives is basically, instead of being crushed by the troll, you're now you fell over a cliff nearby and now you're hanging from your you could
we're in
drop and die.
an enclosed tunnel.
This is what happens. I know what happens. I know what happens.
To lose.
I know what happens. You have to back up too far, and you start to get sucked into the Eldritch Tentacle wall.
Oh.
That's covering everything, right?
I didn't know this was an anime.
And
Still thinking your first
part of this
version was better.
is actually really bad, though, Alphonse, because the Eldritch Tentacles are going to send you to Cantarius so he can finish the ritual.
Right.
Right? And as soon as you get there, like, it's bad news when the artifacts are all together. So we see you. I think this is what happens, Dellon. If it's fine with you guys, I think it makes sense that, like, the cost is you get sucked into the wall. You're no longer being threatened by this guy, but, like, you're on your way to Cantarius right now through Eldritch magic. That makes sense?
Do I have time or can it be if I fail a roll? I do.
No, so I think you were on your way there, but now you have to make a roll to get out, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I think that's what happens. Okay. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, so then what happens, Dellon, is you show up just in time to fight this guy, but Alphonse is being sucked away.
Right as a tentacle just creeps into my mouth.
Yeah. Good thing you're not wearing a skirt. All right.
I'm not wearing anything.
Right. Sure.
This is an anime. Oh my goodness.
All right.
Okay, so he misses the strike and then just kind of, stands around for the rest of that second volley, and then he I think basically let's do this, Dellon. Let's just have it be. Oh, I do. You know what? We have to get that moment with the Dellon is behind you. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Alfons is being sucked into the wall, right?
Oh, and that's why he.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. And like for a second there, it is actually he's getting ready to, because he missed the first great strike because he like back into the wall, but then he's getting ready to strike again because that was his next action, and he's like, "It's time. You're dead, Alfons." Right? And Alfons, right before the tentacle goes over your mouth, right? You say, "Oh, look, it's Dellon." And it is actually Dellon, right? Because you finished your spell. Or no, I'd even like to think that like Alfons, you fail your spell, right? Like but then Norani sends in there anyway, right? It's like kind of you catastrophe moment of like, I thought it was hopeless. Like there's no way Dellon's going to show up because my spell fizzled. And then he shows up anyway. And you say that, like, Dellon's behind you. And he's like, I'm not going to fall for that again, Alfons. And that's when Dellon actually hits him, right?
Yay.
So go ahead. I'm fine with you getting a free strike against him.
Oh, sweet. All right.
I think
right.
He's scripting 1 for my zinger.
He's scripting something against Alfons, not against you, right? So.
Right. Yeah. They get surprise attack dice.
You have the same weapon length, so probably not.
Well, yeah, but I'm like behind him, and he doesn't believe I'm there. He specifically said
one
that
die.
I won't fall. Okay.
You're welcome.
Where's my?
And he gets 1 die for my rapier wit.
No.
Yeah, can he help me? Can I get help from?
No. I'm giving you 1 advantage die.
I mean, I guess that would be why I'd be getting the 1 dice anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, can you help me with falsehood? What's your falsehood?
No, you can't help your sword test with a falsehood.
What's Cantarius' weapon skill?
Brawling.
It is brawling.
Yeah, he doesn't have staff. He just has brawling.
So, yeah, that's
David, you only need to get 7 to do max damage.
Right, that's true.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And what's fun is max damage for Dellon is way more than.
Yeah, because I get to use my 10 skill for my power. Yeah.
I think it's like white.
I mean, yeah, that's what I do if I get superb. I get white 3. Yeah. I guess I'll spend an Arth on it because it would be really unfortunate if I actually fight this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it. All my Arth is gone.
Right. Yeah. You spend the whole time like, I attack, I save myself with Persona. I attack, I save myself with Persona. All right. Sorry, just adjusting things. Okay. It didn't do anything. Oh, it's because I'm stupid. Okay. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, so I mean,
I'm not gonna fall for that again, and I just like shove my sword to the back of his mouth.
Yes, amazing. We're like choking on the sword.
and Alphonse pulls the tentacle out of his mouth. He goes, "Suck it," and then he's gone.
He gets sucked in. Nice. Yeah, so that's a pretty cool moment. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, okay. So David, I know we talked about like you fighting this guy and like the significance of what this might mean. I do think that maybe the thing that we talked about is probably an epilogue thing now. Right? Where it's like the gods offering
when a god dies, is it like a shard? Like does it just fall on the ground? You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
Or... No, okay.
Not especially in
I guess
this
that's
state.
The question.
Right, especially not in this state. Like if you were in the god realm and killed him, then yes. Which is what I was kind of imagining this as, but this is not what happened.
Yeah, that's
so I think what's probably going to happen is we'll have epilogue like offers of divinity, right? And then we can decide then how that all goes down.
Caleb.
Yeah.
I have a resolution for that for David.
Okay, yeah, tell me.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But I need to survive the thing I'm in first.
Okay, yeah, well we can make that roll now.
Can I have a deeds point for killing a god as a religious person? No, I'm kidding.
I don't think so. No.
Dang it.
Yeah. Again, you got a persona, but
right. Yeah. So yeah, I think Dellon stabs him. stay away from my brother. And then I think I'm going to push the sword down and like gouge the tip into the stone. Because last time I stabbed someone like this and I twirled the sword out, they just healed. So I'm just going to stop that from happening.
Yeah.
And I mean, not that that's going to happen, but like with Constantino, he was just like regenerating. And I have other stuff to deal with. So I'm going to like dig the point of the blade into the stone.
Yeah.
I assume I can do that. It's magical, right? And then leave it there. And I'm going to try and dig Alfons out. I know I probably can't, but I'm going to try.
Sure. Yeah. I think the thing that probably matters here, I don't know if you can physically get to him, but we could have Dellon make a faith test. Right? Because I think
for what?
To get Alfons out. Because I think what we see is Dellon starts digging at the wall, and it's like eldritch magic stuff. It's really the issue here. You physically can't really reach in there with your arm and grab him or anything. But if you made a faith test to be like, be gone, and like light the way, right? Like something like that could happen.
Yeah. Well, I think you're confusing my faith with Theo's. I definitely can't do that.
I know that you probably can't, but I feel like that's what's gonna like that'll be the next thing.
Sure. I mean, my assumption was just that I'd also get sucked into it, but
sure, you can do that too.
But
I don't think if that happens, I don't think the wall is going to. I don't think the demon stuff is going to put you with Alfons though. It would like just try to separate you.
Sure. Well, I guess my idea was I was going to try and get a hold of him and pull him out. I assumed that wouldn't work, and then I would get pulled in with him, holding him. Right. It was my intention. But
okay. Yeah.
I
sure.
want to go where he goes, basically. Right?
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Let's make a power test.
Okay.
Right. Let's make a power test against like
the
wall.
Tentacles.
Yep.
Can he help me?
Tentacles aren't really strong. They usually specialize in seduction.
Okay, so your ob is 8.
Wow, that was an incredibly good roll. Oh,
it was gray shaded. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, definitely not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's just doing this with physicality is very difficult.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that didn't happen.
Well, you gotta.
So
wait, you got 2 6s
in there with me now, or
hey, Dellon, you do have 19 fate. You could spend 2 fate to reroll 3 dice. And there's always an off chance.
We've seen near that hard.
I mean, your dad just did it the second last
remaining
session.
Up 6.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That was actually really good. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. They were all successes, just no 6s.
Yeah, so I think what happens is, Dellon, you try, and you just get sucked in, but you don't have a good hold on Alphonse's leg. So you can now try to...
Is it the same ob to keep hold of him as it is to pull him out? Is it easier to just hold on to him?
No, I think that was the test. I don't think you could have pulled him out no matter what.
Oh. I see. Okay.
I think that was the test to hold on to him.
Sure.
Yeah, the thing that's happening here is more magical than physical. So you could now attempt a faith test if you'd like. If that's something Dellon would attempt to do.
For what? Like guidance or what's the...
Let me check. Yeah, guidance could be you try to get to him anyway, sort of thing.
Right. But unfortunately, I mean, with the Darkest Hour thing, I think it's literally impossible.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Darkest Hour. Yeah, it would be... So with the Darkest Hour, it would be Ob 8 for guidance.
Yeah.
And like, if it would be Ob 11 if you wanted to do like the pluck Alphons from danger.
Right, yeah, I figured. So that's why I have 6. Like,
yeah.
Even if I got all 6s, I probably wouldn't hit that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
Yeah. So the lowest 2 things you can try is guidance, Ob 8, and minor miracle, Ob 8. A minor miracle does say, when it is dark, we pray for light. When sorcerers chant, we pray their spells be broken. When the blade is snapped, we pray to be made whole. I could see Ob 8 minor miracle being a path opens in the Eldritch Tentacles temporarily that you could get to him.
Right, but I mean, is that before or after that's before the Darkest
That's after.
Hour
That's
penalty,
after. That's after. Total Ob 8.
I mean, I guess it might as well.
Might as well try it, right?
Yeah.
It is open-ended.
Yeah. Nope.
You want to spend 1 fate?
Well, don't go up that high.
I can spend 2, right? Oh no, it's already open-ended. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Sure. Why not?
Again, we're really getting down to it. So
I mean, yeah, might as well. Oh, that's not right. I mean, you got
Let me
4.
know when I can roll
Mhm.
my 32 spatial dice to get us out of here.
yeah. So Dellon,
I'm not doing anything. So go ahead.
a tentacle clamps a hand over your mouth too, so you have to stop praying. You're getting sucked in. Alfons, what do you do?
Do I know he's in there with me or not? Or do I need a roll to know that?
I'm not sure what you would roll to know.
I was muted. How would he not know? I was literally touching him, and then I just couldn't pull him out, and then they got separated, right?
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I was imagining that Alphonse got fully sucked into the wall first, and then Dellon plunged his hand in to try to grab
right.
his leg. But it probably is fine.
What's the ob for versus me getting out of my own versus both of us getting it?
Good question. I
mean, there's a breadth.
There is, yeah,
right?
that's true.
Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, it is how that works. So it's arcane action against. We'll say it's against that 8 that they rolled for the tentacle, like the power and stuff, as the base. +3 for darkest hour, 11. And then I believe it would be just one more ob for Dellon. Let me check. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just ob 12.
For both or one?
Actually, the way I'm looking at these, I think it's ob 11 for just you, ob 13 for you and Dellon.
Okay, that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, failure here means like you get taken to, like they're not going to kill you or anything. They're taking you to Cantarius right now.
Yeah. But I don't know that.
Yeah, it's true. But for us, is the narrative.
I think he's gonna try just getting him out right now, and then he's just like, yeah, he's got a plan for Dellon after.
Okay.
Potentially.
So ob 11.
So 11. Yeah. I'm gonna fork in my normal things.
Poor Dellon is going to be stuck in this wall the rest of the game.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be good for him. And then
what? I don't know what that means.
I mean, some people would pay for
Okay, all right.
wall. All right, so forking in essential and continuous
and aura magic.
Gonna here for a second.
Woof.
Wow.
That was pretty bad. Luckily, you have a
Gonna
call on for
use
this.
my genius. Yeah.
Okay, so we do have to pay attention to this. I think it's those last 2 dice that aren't real dice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. You're rolling 10 dice. 10 dice, ob 6 for fate. Not actually super great chances here, though it is open-ended. Nice. Got a couple of 6s there to clinch it at the end. Sweet. Okay, so you're trying to escape the Eldritch Wall and
I'm
go
just
where?
teleporting back to Tannis's body.
Okay. Done. We see you
Okay.
warp into
grab my
resistance.
sword, please.
Yeah, so right. So Dellon's sword is stabbed all the way through Tanis and into the ground. And
Do we want
Elon,
to cut back to them? Because I'm about to do a big thing.
well, real quick, I just want to describe what you actually see when you enter the room. You do see Elon and your son Luca, who are still in this room, but the walls have been closing in, right? Like they are very close to being like they're trying to suck Luca back in so they can do their thing, right? But Elon's like protecting him, like he's like, "You will not have him. You will not have him." But yeah, we see that, and then we can cut back over to Cantarius and Theo. So your next actions, I assume, don't go off. What do you do?
Mine goes off. It doesn't.
Like, because I think what you did, right, is you forfeited the action that you were in the middle of to do a different action next time. I think that's what that was in the fight rules. So what do you do, Cantarius?
What I'm going to do is make an intellectual discipline roll to take over all of the demons in the demon realm.
Okay. Theo, do you do anything about this? Do you let him do a spell? Do you say that you're doing this, Cantarius?
Maybe.
Because what you would see if he doesn't say anything is he stops fighting you, but then starts doing dark magic.
Yeah, I mean, I picture Theo's my friend now, so I think Cantarius says it's over, Theo. I'm in control again.
Maybe like I think this makes sense. My next move, but
yeah, wait.
I don't do. What I have is I change because I changed it, right? So I can change it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I did something else instead because I forfeited. I did change stance to attack. Oops, didn't mean to do that. How do I draw the dang card? Okay, it was change stance to an offensive position.
I see.
So it's maybe instead of like hitting with my sword or my trident, I'm just gonna hurt him some other way. Like,
I mean, you are gonna finish your prayer this time, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I changed my stance to offensive. That's what I chose.
Okay. And then Cantarius, you say that, and then you start doing your spell. Yeah. Theo, yes, you're obviously not going to do your strike next necessarily.
Yeah. What did you say to me again?
What?
Did you say something to me, to Cantarius?
No.
Okay. All right.
I think he was like. I think he says like, Cantarius, what are you doing?
Okay.
What do you say?
Yeah, I guess he should respond to that. I think he says, I'm going to finish this once and for all.
I don't know if that would reveal.
Yeah, I think it's still unclear to Theo.
I think that's why I just was like, I think he's like getting ready to tackle him. Like he's not gonna.
So you're just gonna wait until something is obviously being like going wrong, like he's doing something bad, and then you'll attack him? Okay. Are you gonna finish your prayer?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do?
Is that after the second one?
Yeah, but I think we've kind of paused fight rules for now because Cantarius is just casting a spell.
Okay. So can I do the prayer then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does it have to be a certain like threshold, like small enough because of the time period?
Let me check. In my notes, I said short prayer, but let me check.
Because like, what is the ultimately to just wonder the to transcend to like. I don't know if that works in canon. If you can just do that.
I don't think you can make a. I don't think you can make a. Oh, you're talking about Connor, or are you talking about yourself?
No, me.
I don't think
Myself.
you can roll to get 10 faith. That's basically what the equivalent to what you're doing. So
No.
You can't do that.
Then do I have to have 10 faith in order to do it?
Yes, that's the criteria. Or if the narrative lines up for it, that's fine. But according to the mechanics, it will automatically happen when you get 10 faith.
Okay.
Okay, real quick.
I need. Let's see. What do I?
Prayer in fight. It doesn't say anything else, but a short prayer usually takes about 2 volleys to invoke. It depends on what you're trying to do. What are you trying to do?
Well, I need to do a difficult or challenging, but I do have a deeds point.
And it is Darkest Hour. So you have a 9 for obs here. That would maybe get you the test you want.
I mean, what could I?
You need to be a 7 or higher. And with the Darkest Hour, that means anything above 8 or above. So you could do any of the following. You could give yourself 1 to 3 dice on something. You could give Connor 1 to 3 ob penalty on something. You could ask for guidance. You could do a minor miracle. You could do purification. You could do consecration. You could do inspiration, which is getting knowledge. Intercession, which is saving someone, and then major miracle.
How could I do something against him that would basically remove the demon power from him? That's not keeping him alive, is it?
I don't think so. No. It might have an adverse effect, but so you could try an intercession to.
Or like.
No, actually, that's for you. Wait a second. Yeah, so in theory, you could do purification, which is drive out lesser evil spirits, but this is not a lesser evil spirit. So I think to do what you want to do, it's going to be an ob 10, so ob 13 altogether. If you wanted to, like, free him.
That's still pretty difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to spend it because I want to basically just like see if I can.
Oh, here's something that might make sense. Consecration says a lengthy prayer can be offered to mark a place as holy or sacrosanct, protected from the ill will of spirits and demons. The consecration will bar spirits and demons whose strength or will is lower than the faith attribute of the consecrating priest. And you have a 9.
I like that. What's that ob?
So that would be ob 9.
Total?
Yep.
Or 12 total.
Ob 9 total.
Okay. Worth a shot.
It does cost more time, though. So I think what's happening is Cantarius will get to do his thing before you're able to do your thing, right? You're setting up this prayer, and you're like, okay, like he's doing something, I want to do something, and like they'll go off about the same time, but maybe Cantarius is just a little bit before yours. That makes sense? All right, Cantarius, you're trying to rule the demons. Tell me what your plan is here.
To rule the demons. Why do you need more information than that?
Well, I assume you're using the intellectual discipline to do this.
That's what he said. Yeah.
So what does that mean? What are you actually doing narratively?
I'm going to take over their minds.
You're going to take over their minds with the intellectual discipline. All of them.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. How many dice can you gather together for this sort of test?
Right now, 0.
What I mean is, like, you have intellectual discipline.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's just what his goal is. So
no, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out a suitable ob for this.
Wait. Can I use the artifact all in one place as a what's it called? Okay, all right, hear me out.
Okay, yeah.
I want to gather up the artifacts again, use them to channel the dark magic stronger. But if I fail the roll, it should start the swirling vortex problem again. And that's part of what Dark Cantarius's like plan is. Or Faustus's plan, I should say.
Okay, and what is that gonna?
Faustus.
So basically, you're trying to do an intellectual discipline test to give yourself advantage dice on another intellectual discipline test.
No, I thought you were just going to give me free dice.
I
mean, I have the most.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're just asking for advantage dice for the artifacts.
Yeah, but with an increased risk, right? If I fail this, the artifact should start the world-ending process again.
Sure. Yeah, I think you can get 2 extra dice, like Aura Magic style from the artifacts. Yeah, I mean, okay, fine. 3 extra dice. That's usually the maximum. That's usually the maximum that Burning Wheel offers for one thing.
Oh, man. I don't know if that's worth it to me. Let me stack up my other dice, and you're gonna have to give me a difficulty too.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that is. You are doing intellectual discipline, which has, what can it do? You're probably trying to give yourself a trait, which is like Lord of all Demons or something, right?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Demon Lord. That's what it is. This is terrible. Okay.
I work in persuasion, oratory, and sensory discipline, and intimidation. And I'm basically going to command all the demons. Oh, and command. Okay.
That makes sense.
Wait.
Say all those again. Say all those again.
Intimidation, command, intellectual discipline, oratory.
I don't know if any of your social skills are actually helping you here. Like, you could then roll those to make the demons do things, but like, I don't think you having those skills, you're not actually using any of those skills to do this.
So my thought was that I'm using the intellectual discipline to take control, right? But I'm also, like, part of that intellectual discipline is like persuading them to let me take control. So I'm using both of those things. That was my mindset. Was I'm not just taking intellectual control of them. I'm also convincing them that I'm now the.
I feel like those are 2 separate things. You could make a linked test with one of those social skills, forking in the other social skills to get that advantage dice because the demons are helping you do this. But that's going to be a separate thing from getting them as forks. Another thing to keep in mind here, how much power do you want? There are 3 levels of godhood in Burning Wheel. You could be force of nature, you could be a higher power, or you could get the trait, I am God.
I'm going to say force of nature. Wait, that's the first. Wait, what's the first one?
That's the
again?
first one. First one is force of nature.
Okay.
And it says this entity is. Yeah.
What's the point cost for those?
Yeah, so Force of Nature says this entity is tied into the very fabric of time and tide. His will is a force of nature. 7 points is the die trait for that. Higher power is this deity governs over spheres of nature, society, and humanity. He is potent and revered. 9 points. And then I am God is chief deities rule over gods, men, and all the creatures of their many spheres. Powerful beyond understanding, they are not to be trifled with. And that's 12 points for trait.
Those seem shockingly low to me.
Again, these are the traits.
I'll go with 7.
The actual mechanical trait for it, because gods usually don't have a lot in the way of physical stats and skills and stuff. It's mainly about if you have a duel of wits with them and interact with them via summoning them. That's what's mainly what the mechanical benefits of those traits are. But yes, it is shockingly low for God to be 12 points. What one you try? What one are you going to try for, Connor?
The lowest one, force of nature. I think that makes the most sense as to what I'm actually doing.
I think if you want to be force of nature, I feel like Kraos, the demon lord, is higher power level. So if you did force of nature, you would be lower than Kraos.
Really?
Yeah, you could do it, and you would be in control of legions of demons, but he would technically be over you. 9 if you want to usurp his place. 12 if you want to be so over all of the... Like, you would be god of the entire world at that point.
Yeah, okay, so what's the ob then for the second tier as opposed to the first?
Well, I think they're basically just because you're doing it against yourself. There's not really a breadth thing happening here because it's just against you. You're just giving yourself a trait. So I think it's straight up 7, 9, and 12 are your ops. Oh no, sorry. I guess it needs to last, right? You want the trait to last for a certain amount of time. How long do you want it to last? I guess long enough to just destroy the demons, right? You don't actually need to be God
do this,
forever.
I might have to use my deeds point with the. I might have to use the deeds point to just stop him. The what'd you say, 12?
Yeah.
If he's gonna do that, I gotta be
So
like.
Connor, the one thing to consider is just how long you want it to last.
Maybe just temporarily. Give me the ob temporarily, and we'll see that.
Well, so the durations here are 1 test, conflict, session, adventure, and campaign. Right, so if you chose 1 test, it would be like, okay, you're God now. You have 1 test to destroy all demons. Good luck, right? And that gives no more op penalty.
Scene.
Yeah, scene is like +1.
Okay, and I assume that'll carry over to the next session because this will be the same scene.
Yeah, it'd be a conflict.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So which one are you going to try for?
Higher power for
so ob 10.
300.
Yep.
Higher power for 300.
Ob 10.
Ob 10 total. Yep.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's easy. Okay.
Again, mostly the reason this is easy enough for you, ob 10 being easy in this case, is because you've already had all the context set up to make it possible. You are connected to all demons.
Come on, let's get those lucky Cantarius terrible rolls. Come on, as the good Cantarius takes over, his rolls start getting worse and worse.
Okay, so I'm gonna say intellectual discipline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fork in. Well, I don't know if I can fork in anything with this. I think it's just that. I think it's intellectual discipline.
You can spend a fate point to get corruption, to help with corruption.
Yep.
And then I will give you
so that's
6 dice total advantage dice from the darkest hour and the artifacts.
So that's a total of 8 extra dice. We're looking at 16. How many persona do I have?
And then you can spend some persona, you can spend some deeds points.
I'm trying to decide if it'd be better to. So my dice pool right now, that doesn't include forks, right? Because a deeds point would double my dice pool.
Yes, you spent it. No, not your dice pool, not your dice. It would double your exponents. You would get 8 more dice.
Okay, so I think it would be better to re-roll
spend it after the fact. Yeah. Basically, as long as you have the dice that you need, it doesn't make sense to spend deeds points to double the exponent because you can always spend the deeds point to auto succeed all dice.
Right. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. It's not even re-rolling them; it's just they succeed.
Right. That's okay. Yeah. Then not even
because call-ons is you re-roll them. It's better than a call-on. Nice. Didn't even need it. So many 6s, dude. You got so many 6s. Nice.
All right.
That was actually a difficult roll. Like in 16 dice against ob 10 is not easy. Like, congrats. Okay, nice. So Cantarius becomes the Lord of all demons. Theo, great. What were you gonna try?
Well, since he's spending his deeds point, I might have to just try and stop him. Would you say it was ob 13? I might have to spend the deeds
ob 13 to just redeem Cantarius, right?
Does that like purge him of demon power?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, ob 13 is basically the highest you can, like ob 10 miracle is you do the thing, right? It's like the biggest thing you can think of, sort of a thing. You know what? Let's make it a base ob 13 because Connor just made himself Lord of Demons. So it will be ob 16 to completely purge him. Because at this point you would have to purge the Lord of Demons from right. It is more significant now than it was 2 seconds ago.
Oh man, if I spend a D's point, I fail because I'm gonna have to double the dice pool.
Hey, you're gray shaded.
It's gonna be white shaded, right? Because I would spend.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be white shaded. Right? Wait. Do you have one?
Yep, I need one. I need to spend the 1 Deeds point.
I mean, hey, Adam, I can't think of a better time to do it than now.
I got to do it. I'm probably still gonna. I mean, at least I can. Oh yeah, if I don't do it now, it's like
there's no other time. This is the time to do it. Yeah.
We'll spend 1 persona. Maybe should I spend 2 persona? I don't. I mean,
I would spend 3 persona, right?
I only have 2.
Oh, I would spend 2. Go for it, man.
I'd spend 1
persona.
Ob 16.
Do I just
wait, real quick before you put this down, Connor, are you okay with this? Like, you did just roll to make yourself Lord of Demons. Are you okay if Adam
undoes it?
He won't undo it. He'll make you into a good god.
That's what I'm going to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to purge the evil magic from me, right?
Yes. Oh, this is even better.
And we've decided that intellectual discipline, I can just change my power source. So,
yeah. Go for it. Do it. Save the world, Theo.
Do I put the help and advantage or whatever in it, just double, or I have 9, so I do put 9 in help and advantage or something?
Real quick, actually, one other thought. Jared, the thing that you were going to do, is it less climactic than what's about to happen here?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm
okay. Real quick, don't roll it yet, Adam. I think we need to wait just one moment. We cut over to Alfons.
Okay. Well, I set up the roll. If I put the deeds point into it to double it, does it
put it as Artha dice? Put it as Artha dice, and they are white shaded. They're white shaded. So basically, what you would do is you would put I don't know if you have any actual modifiers like help dice or whatever, but you would put Artha. You would put 9 Artha dice. No, 11 Artha dice in the second field because your 2 persona and your doubled exponent from D's point. So that's going in Artha.
I put 11.
Yeah,
then?
11 total.
Okay.
And then op 16, and then wait on it. Okay, Alfons, what are you gonna do?
He's gonna use magic to rip the essence of godhood from his corpse.
From the corpse. Okay, all right. I don't know. What do we think that is? It's probably something similar,
10.
actually. Yeah, something like that. Here, let me look at essential real quick because I think you can give people traits with it. No, maybe not.
I don't get anything for the Aura of Holiness, right? I haven't even rolled. I never actually rolled for that. Because now he's got all the demons. Do I get it?
I don't think you would have got any bonus dice for that. Maybe 1. Sure, I'll give you 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be really difficult, Jared. Mainly because essential discipline, it would be better to do something like this with intellectual, right? So let's have it be.
It's not an intellectual thing, though. It's
no, well, because what you're doing is you're trying to grab the aspect of godhood, which. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, Cantarius is special with intellectual discipline because he does aura stuff with it. That is different. You know what? Let's make it ob 10 like Connor's was. And this is just to separate it, right?
Yeah. Could I use spatial for this? Is it like a
I think you can fork it in, but I don't think you can
okay.
Roll it.
I'm not. Am I in a time constraint?
No.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna buff quick.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think you have that much time. You can fork in continuous though. Sorry, I was getting the
the question mixed up in my head.
I fork an influential because I'm influencing the power out of
No.
it? Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have a thoughts or emotions.
It's not like a shard.
It's like
No.
power and energy, right? So isn't that what the influential discipline is like about?
No, influential is
Oh, that's essential.
human emotions.
Never
Yeah.
mind. Okay, yeah, sorry.
He's rolling essential right now.
I see. Okay.
To, like, like grab the essence of godhood out of him.
Yeah. Oh, can he use the orb of magic for this? I assume, right? Too?
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm trying to do math with a crying.
No, you're
baby.
good. I tell you what, if these two rolls succeed, we'll have really flipped the script real quickly here.
You
Yeah.
ever seen Chronicle?
Mm.
The one where they have like telekinesis?
Mm-mm.
Okay, because I'm kind of picturing that. I'm like, Cantarius is like, all the winds blast. I'm like, Cantarius! And I'm like crawling towards him. Like,
Yeah. We're seeing your holy aura slowly purge the darkness.
What's you said? Ob 10.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm not even going to use my deeds for this either. Let's go.
Nice, nice.
I mean, let's be real. There's always a chance that you could roll 0 successes.
Not really.
You rolled spatial. You rolled the wrong thing.
Sorry, minus 1 dice from that. You can minus 4 from that. That's fine.
Yeah, that last 4. Yeah,
The difference is 1.
Okay. So yes, Jared, you rip out what is remaining here of like the aspect of godhood from Tanis's corpse, god of war. Are you going to do anything with it?
He looks
Eat it.
deeply. He looks deeply into it. Rosie, I'm trying to have a moment.
Eat it, eat it, eat it.
Yeah. So he looks into it and he Rosalie. Okay. I'll be right back. Like 2
Yeah.
seconds.
It's a very important moment. This is a moment we've been talking about with Jared for a long time.
if I succeed in the darkest hour, I mean, I feel like
I know, in the darkest hour, no less, right? Like, it'd be one thing if like the hour of reckoning had actually come yet, but
yeah. It's like the worst time to use my point, but I mean the most like plot.
Mhm. But yeah, it makes sense that like Cantarius wouldn't have waited for the hour of reckoning to attempt this, so
Yeah.
it has to be now.
If
I tell you what, if you succeed though, the hour of reckoning has come, right?
Yeah. I'm blanking. I can re-roll failed dice by spending 2, right?
You can re-roll a failed dice by spending 1. You can re-roll 1 failed dice by spending 1 fate.
How many fate can you spend?
Just 1 because it's going to be open-ended automatically.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
You'll
I
have a-
have to get at least
You'll have a
15.
1 success.
Oh,
Yeah, you'll have
all
a
right.
1.
I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, so give us the moment, Jared.
And he looks into it and he's gonna like stick it in him. But then obviously like the flash of like everything he'd do with it.
Yeah.
And the temptation.
You see
Become
what
the god
Tanis
of
has done
war,
with
and
it.
you'd be
Like as
Become the god
you're
of war and harems.
as you're touching it, Jared, as you're touching it, Alfons, you can sense what Tanis did with it, and you know you would make a lot of them same mistakes.
But other than like a mountain of like bodies around him, there's just like a mountain of naked goddesses around.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's morbid.
So, well, they're alive.
That's even worse. Wait. Oh no.
But yeah.
What do you do?
So he if Dellon wants, he's gonna send it to Dellon.
I mean,
I don't know if you can tell what he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can he reject it?
He can.
Player 1 has sent you an invitation. You're like, decline.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that like I think this is a spatial discipline test, right?
Yeah.
Either to have Dellon come to it or have it go to Dellon.
Let's have it be equivalent to the one from before, the 11, because of the Dark Tower.
Okay.
For spatial. You can get the same forks, though, so 7.
You mean 8?
I see 7 on the last roll you made.
I see what?
Advantage?
For advantage dice on spatial discipline.
I see 8.
No, the roll for the Eldritch Wall. That one. The one above it. The 11.
Oh.
You made
I
it
thought it would just be the same thing I did last time.
Well, what did you get last time?
What? Like the roll I just made. Would it not be
Yeah,
the
I
same
know.
advantages?
What I'm asking is what extra 1 did you get from what time you're in the wall?
I think you gave me continuous.
Okay, yeah, then just do 8 then.
I don't know.
That's fine. You can do 8. That's fine.
Maybe it is. I'll do
It's
7, just to be fair.
Okay. Yeah, we may have counted wrong.
10.
Spend some persona.
Edge
Nope.
point.
D's point. Okay. D's point on spatial, which actually does gratiate it for the scene.
Woo-hoo.
Right, you hit that threshold. And then Dellon, you are in horrible blackness of eldritch monstrosities.
Great.
And you see a point of light. And it's a point of light that I guess I didn't describe what it looked like when you gripped it out, Alfons. It is certainly a glowing something, but it does seem tainted. I think you know what? It's a vibrant red, the color of blood, right? And you see this red light start to fill your vision, Dellon, where before it was like nothing. It was just blackness.
Yeah,
Everything
like,
becomes tainted red, and it's like, you see, you're in like a roiling mass of eldritch tentacles that are all now shaded red.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel this power begin to descend upon you. You touch it briefly and can see what it is, right? You understand that this is being the god of war. What do you do? And you can sense Alphonse's touch on it. Like you can, you knew that Alphons touched it and then sent it to you. What do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think he like reaches out and touches it, obviously. And does he get the same impression that Alphonse got?
It's up to you how the impression goes, but you do see the same things, right? You see the mistakes that Tanis made with it, the bloodshed he caused, the power that he was able to abuse.
Yeah. So does he?
You do see also the man he was before, right? The man under the great god fighting demons, right?
Yeah. See, I think we see like as he's watching, you know, what it became, right? Like his face twists and like you tell he's like holding back an emotion, right?
Yeah.
And it sort of uncharacteristically seems to bother him. And I mean, does he get any impression that like this is something he could, like, is this a power that will change under his own direction, or is it something that will change him, right? Like, does it have to be the God of War's power, or can he help define what that power means? Or is, you know what I mean?
This is a question that we do need to answer, and then I have been going back and forth on. I think the idea, I don't think it's like a shard, right? This isn't
right, yeah, it's
God's
not mind
holy
control.
wrath that will then control your feelings and emotions.
Right.
It is a responsibility, right?
Mm.
It is having to make hard decisions with immense power, which can twist a person, but it also can prove, right? It can show forth goodness instead, right? It can refine them into something that is really truly good.
Right.
The crucible of power, the crucible of responsibility.
Well, yeah. I mean, so yeah. I think he touches it.
It is ultimately up to you, Dellon.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
We could wait on it.
Can I think he, like, as he's holding it.
Yeah.
I think he, like, basically, like, I don't suppose you can hear me, Irani.
I can.
And it's a very primal voice, like as if like all of the humanity is stripped out of it, and it's just the power itself speaking to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is too much, but I don't know if there's any other way out.
You hear the voice of Fortis, the god who forged your sword, or the god who you had the knowledge to forge your sword, who was helping you. You hear his voice also stripped of its kind of just pure power, echoing in your brain. And sorry, what did you say again?
It's too much, but I don't know if there's any other way out.
I think Fortis says, there is always a choice. But the choice must come from your will. And then you hear Demarius, the god who actually did forge your sword, like this god of metal and earth and whatnot, his deep rumbling voice say, your will must be stronger. You must want it, and want it for the right reasons. And then lastly, and yeah, actually, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I don't want this. I've seen enough war to know there shouldn't be a god of war.
And then you hear Atarian, the Lord of the Gods, say, and you can tell now. You get an image of all of them fighting demons on the front lines, and they're on the verge of death themselves. Right? They have opened themselves up and are. And some of the gods have already died. Right? Some of these lesser ones. And you hear Atarian say, "War will always exist until the end, and in the wake of such war, there must be men who make the choice. Is war justified?" And he says, even if you do not want it. No, he says, I will not say that not wanting power makes you worthy to wield it. I do not agree with such sentiment, but I do understand that those who wield power must know what it is, and they must know what it is not. I believe you know this, Dellon, and I believe that you know what must be done. Someone must take up this power. If not, if someone does not, then the wrong hands will wield it anyway.
Dellon should become the god of holy war.
And this is Atarian's viewpoint on it. This is not necessarily the cosmological truth. His philosophy about the thing. It is your decision how you want to treat it.
Can I make a faith roll to ask the great god sort of the same question, right? Like for a guidance.
And in this moment, I will say the darkest hour is starting to fade. I will let you do it without the penalty.
I was wondering if maybe the spark of godhood gave me some kind of Yeah,
that's fine. It's gonna be Ob 5 for guidance, I think.
Okay. Is
you need a
less for me as a believer or?
4. Yep, you're right. I forgot about that.
And I can't do help or anything like that, right? So that works.
You know what? The gods are helping you. I'll give you 2 dice.
Oh, sick. All right. Shoot, that was the wrong direction. There we go. Okay, so 2 from them. I'll spend 2% on it because I have it. And I'd like to succeed. 5, you said? 5?
4.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, of course. I knew that was going to happen.
50-50 chance.
Oh, yeah, I can't spend 2.
Yep. 50-50 chance.
Ugh, this never goes well. That sucks.
Come on.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. That's ridiculous. All right.
What does that even mean?
Every time I've never had a like, oh, this is a crucial moment. I need to get a 50-50 and succeeded. Never once.
That's so bad.
So frustrating.
And what this means, Dellon, is it's not that God couldn't tell you, right? I think this is God specifically choosing he will not, and what you decide that means is up to you.
Mm-hmm.
The free will choice.
You must make the choice based on the nudges he's already given you, I think is the answer you get back, right? He's like, I've already said all I need to say.
Mhm.
Your whole life has been a crucible leading you to this point. You decide, you have to make the right choice based on that context now.
Yeah. See, I think he says, I guess something so terrible should be wielded by someone who's seen it and knows that it's terrible. And like you can tell, he literally doesn't want that. Like he didn't want to be the Pope. He didn't, right? Like it's just, but
Didn't want to be a bishop.
yeah. But I mean, it's true that someone else will use it, and at least if he has it, he can try and use it in a way that reduces its its impact. Right? He can use the God of War's power to try and
Stop
control
wars.
and stop war. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that is part of the thing that I think you can understand about this power. It is it's the classic sphere sovereignty sort of thing. It's like this is the power of war. This is the sphere of war. It's not even the power of war. It's the responsibility of war. That's another word I'm looking for, but it's not so much you have the power of war and you can wield it against people. It's that you have to be in charge of anything having to do with war. And that also means ceasefires. That also means just wars. That also means Geneva Convention violation, like any of those things, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's what he says. He says that maybe the God of War is also the God of peace. And he'll I don't know, eat it, whatever you do.
Yeah.
Like maybe he has like a super dramatic one where he says that and then he just goes, ah.
I like the idea that so say what you said again specifically.
So maybe the God of War is also the God of peace.
Yeah.
Because
I wonder if we can get even more biblical with this, and maybe you say maybe the God of swords is also a God of plowshares. Right? Yeah. Because I think it's even like less the sentiment is like less God of War can also be God of peace, but rather God of War is also what happens after war. God of War is also stopping an unnecessary war.
Yeah.
It's less about being its exact opposite also, and rather war is also knowing when not to do war.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So we see this flash of red. And then Theo, let's get back over to you and get this last roll.
I feel like this line works like from Lord of the Rings, and he says like he thinks about it and he's like, whatever grace has been given me, let it pass to him.
Yeah.
He closes his eyes. Oh man.
Nice.
I just feel like it's gonna fail. I mean, I don't know what happens after this, but
me neither.
Oh my gosh. That's more than I put down.
Dang. Yeah, that's more than you had dice. Yeah, well, because I suppose that makes sense. Only your ones fail, and all your sixes re-roll, and almost certainly going to succeed. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Wild.
Dang. Yeah, spending that deeds was really crucial there, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we see Cantarius ascend to godhood alongside Dellon.
It just says Cantarius has been upgraded. Like a log.
So Cantarius, what you were trying to do is you were trying to become Lord of Demons, basically subverting your connection to all of them, right? These bonds that they have to you now that they're trying to use you as the catalyst for the end. And if Theo had not done this, what would have happened is you would have basically usurped Kraos's place. And you hear some of that as you're starting to ascend. He's like, no, what are you doing? No, you're not allowed, right? And you're like, no, I know these connections too well. They are mine now, right? And you start to ascend to the place he was, and you see and feel, experience this darkness over the whole planet. And it's been here for a long, long time, right? This prison that they were kind of shoved into, this ethereal state that they were forced into, kind of around the planet. It becomes very real to you in a sense that it never did before. You can feel every part of it. You understand its limitations. You can sense every thread connecting to everything, and it is a horrible, horrible mess of corruption and taint spreading over the entire world, like reaching down, these black tendrils reaching down from the sky, from the dark night of the void, into everyone, into the hearts of men, into the power of gods, into every fiber of this planet that they could get a hold on. And you have it all in your hands. Now, the moment before Adam, like Theo, redeems you, what is your plan with this? What are you going to do with it? Like, what do we see Cantarius' will start to be brought to bear to do?
Before Theo helps
Before Theo redeems you, yeah.
Yeah, I think he starts to reach towards the blackness to take hold of it.
Yeah. We see this hand, this cracked, blackened hand reach toward, and I'm thinking like Stormfather Cantarius is kind of what we're seeing now. This giant, like bearded face in the dark, and shadowed face, right? And we see this ginormous hand just start to reach out and grasp this blackness, and then we see Theo back in the world, crawl towards as this vortex of darkness and electricity crackling is going around you. And you say that, Theo, you say like, whatever grace has been given to me, let it pass onto him. And you like grab onto his like arm, right? And then we see this seeping, like, Fire Lord Ozai and Aang moment where like the power starts to spread through his darkness and start to become light instead, become this brilliant white. And we see the hand that is I can't say this word, grasping. I was trying to say grasping or gripping, but I kept mixing them. You see him gripping the darkness with this darkened hand, and then suddenly the hand is redeemed and becomes this brilliant white, and it is still holding the darkness.
I think as he's like being redeemed and transforming, I think he says like, no, I don't deserve this. This isn't me. And that's partly Dark Cantarius and partly real Cantarius as he's changing.
Yep.
And
Winter.
Theo can answer to that. Oh no, maybe Winter.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe Theo can. I feel like Winter is the one who's there, but Theo, if you have a thought on that. Yeah, I guess if Cantarius is saying it out loud in his body.
I think he looks at him and he's like, or like, what if whatever he's in, seeing the darkness, he sees like an astral projection of me, like in his mind, and I'm like,
sure,
neither do I. That's all it says.
Neither do I. Yeah, the most holy person you've ever known. Neither do I. Right. I love that. We can say that probably Winter, when you merged as Dark Cantarius and Real Cantarius, like Winter was blown away, right? Like you had to, like he just went away. Yeah, but we see.
I'm there too, right? I'm in the same nightmare escape you are, right?
Yeah, you're starting to ascend into.
We turn and look at each other and just share a nod.
Well, I was thinking,
I like the idea. Yeah, go ahead.
I was taking Alfons to him, but we're both in the void, right? Together, whatever, like the demon.
I think so, yeah.
All right, so could I have found him?
I like the idea that, like Cantarius, you are like, you turn to Dellon as your sword, right?
Wait, no, okay.
Go ahead.
Imagery should be this holy Dellon, who has a holy aura, ascends to this darker version of himself because he's the god of war, right? And Cantarius is this darkness is changing into this holy light. That should be the imagery, like over the world, we see these like two figures, this holy figure becoming something more, what's the word? Not evil or dark, but like
violent.
Red. Fire.
Yeah, maybe something like that. And
this is what he said. He said it wasn't like black, but it's like red. It's like
not blood.
Yeah. Wait, is using a deeds point now make my roll a routine? Or is is that still technically?
No, you put it in the wrong field there, Adam.
Was I supposed to put it in Artha?
And you actually had 2 more dice than you should have.
Not that it mattered, probably.
You had one more dice. You said I could have 1, and so I put the Artha. So I had double 9.
So you should have done? I said no advantages. You had no advantages, and then Artha should have been 11. because
the
that's what
problem is when
all
you put
Artha
in an
does.
advantage, it gives it counts as your skill, but
Yeah.
you put in Artha, it doesn't, so it doesn't affect this difficulty of the roll.
Yeah,
Here,
okay, so I put it in the wrong one. But yeah, but you said I could have +1 just because I had the Aura of Holiness, and I was.
I see. Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Either
Yeah. So it would have been
challenging.
challenging. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you still need 4 difficult and.
I'm just gonna pray
challenge.
I'll just do like a hey, can I have my shield back, and then make the shield.
I'm wondering what Cantarius is thinking here, and what he's gonna do, right?
Yeah, he's still holding the darkness. Yeah,
he's still holding darkness. Theo said that. I think you do see that Dellon is ascending as well to a power similar to yours. Though yours seems both at once newer and older at the same time. You're not entirely sure what you did, but you do have similar powers.
Who did?
What you did to do what you to become Lord of Demons.
Oh, sure, okay.
Or what it means.
Artifacts. I did use the artifacts to do this.
You can have.
Is this maybe part of what Theo? What Theo was saying needed to be done with the artifacts?
Yeah. I think this has been it all along, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that when it has to happen though, Alfons has to show up then too, because that's Connor. That's what you realize. That's what Cantarius realized. He grasped the darkness and he says, "There's still one more thing we need." Right?
Yeah. Can Cantarius just open up his other hand and just summon Alfons to himself?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
And then all 4 of you are in the void together, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say,
and we say, "I wish with all my heart to part with the dragons in the land of." I don't know, little darkness orb.
It's funny.
We all get different colored orbs. Do I get a blue orb or a white orb?
No, there's no more orbs.
Hey, he gets a red orb. He gets a red orb. He gets a black orb. I want the white orb.
I create a little orb made of white magic and I give it to Theo. And but then I think the way that Alfons gets there is he just tugs at his mind with the intellectual discipline, and that can just be part of his role here. Success, and then Alfons just teleports to his hand.
His hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, his god hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you say, Alfons?
Alphonse's orbs.
Yeah, so I just
All 3 of them.
Holy God, Cantarius just summoned you.
Jared?
You might not be. Might be busy.
That's the crying baby. Sorry, just what just happened?
Holy God, Cantarius just summoned you to his hand because he needs the last artifact.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Thank you. You were the last piece that I needed. I'll be taking the orb now, though.
Are you still evil right now? What are we looking at?
It seems obvious to you in your soul, Alfons, that he is not evil anymore.
Yeah, I don't think
that was a joke.
Yeah, and Cantarius, you have all the artifacts, and I think we see the orb.
I think
just
Cantarius laughs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Cantarius laughs at an Alphonse joke for the first time, and smiles, and he says, "Wait. Does this mean the artifacts will be consumed?"
I think that's up to you. You know, so Alphonse, the orb, I think, leaves Alphonse's chest, right? And it reconstitutes itself under your power and is now his chest is whole. That's all fine. You can do that. You're kind of God now. And you have all the artifacts spinning around Dragon Ball style, right? They're just there ready to be used. And you can feel this is the power that the gods, these artifacts are in some ways the gods' own power, that they coalesced to enable them to, again, they're keys, right? They're keys to a lock. And the lock is broken, the gates are shattered, but you do have the power now to do something.
Um,
And even more so, you have more power over the demons than the gods ever did. They're all bound to you. You can feel them seething and writhing at the pain as the holiness goes up their bonds.
I think Cantarius is going to do two things. I think he's going to purge the world of the demons.
Mhm.
And then I think he's going to become a holy shield for the world permanently. Protect it from demons. Sure. I think he's going to like lose his consciousness, pass on to eternity, and leave this power behind as a
Like instead of locking the evil out, you're locking the good in, right?
Yeah.
Which I think cosmologically makes sense too, right? Like if this is a perfect note, then maybe he can be like a shield over the note, right? So that it can't be corrupted, like because that's what they were trying to do.
Yep. You sense that, Cantarius. Like there's cosmological things, and as you ascended to godhood, you would have understood way more than even we should talk about now, right? In the narrative that we're currently doing. But you understand that this planet is a very, very important piece of a larger cosmological puzzle. Like these planets all, like the music of the spheres, you feel this music like behind all of these stars and planets around this whole galaxy, and this planet here is a very powerful note in that symphony. And the demons were trying to corrupt that note into something dissonant, and you have the ability, to keep it locked forever in the perfect note it's supposed to be.
What's the ob?
Yeah. That's fair. I guess we should roll.
Different rolls or one roll to purge it and become this shield?
I think it's the same roll.
Even rolling now? Do you have white shade stat? What's happening?
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering.
What?
I don't know if there is a roll. I think you maybe just do
figured,
it.
Yeah,
because I
got to figure all that out.
Yeah, like
we're letting it ride.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you made the roll to have power over the demons. Theo made the roll to have power over you, to redeem you. And I think that means you can do the thing you need to do.
And we can just say that I used Dellon, who ascended to godhood as well, as a sword, a holy sword to slay the darkness. That way everybody's
I like the idea that the demons are still champing at the bit, trying to get to you and to others in their last moments. Like they sense that they're gone. Like they will not be able to do this anymore. And so they're lashing out with what remaining strength they have.
I was going to say, if you're okay with it, maybe what you do is turn them physical and mortal, and then I can go kill all of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And honestly, Cantarius, you can sense that that's what they want, too. That's actually what they want. They hate being in this ethereal form. And so you're like, yes, I'll give you what you want. And then you have Dellon there as a god of war ready to cut them down, right?
Yeah. And so he does that. And he puts them all in the hell plane as physical beings, and he gathers them together, and he says,
"Oh yeah,
now, Dellon, let your first crusade begin."
Nice. Yeah, I think I love the idea. That
it should be the last crusade.
Yeah.
Because he was a crusader before, right? This is like your last crusade. Yeah.
We see all the gods who were fighting and like dying, and then all the enemies just vanish because he summons them all in the ethereal plane. Yeah. And then I look at Cantarius and like one last battle, one last chance, or one last step to make things right. I, like put my hand on his shoulder because like I know that's where he's trying to go.
What do you mean?
Like basically we're taking the last step to making all this stuff right, to rectifying all the things that we've. It's sort of a wayward path we've taken here. And then I guess he'll just go down and start trying to kill stuff.
Yeah. Theo, Alfons, do you have any last words to Cantarius?
Am I gonna get that orb back or?
Well, real quick, I think when Dellon says that to him, I think Cantarius just says one last battle.
Mm-hmm. Does that to who?
What?
You said that to who?
To Dellon.
Yeah, Dellon said that to him first, and he was repeating it. Yeah.
And then Alfons asks for the orb back. I don't know. I'm pretty torn on that one. Can I make some sort of like?
I mean, Connor. To be fair, you do have Aura of Martyrdom. Do you want the orb to be your relic?
Nice. That'd be cool.
Sure. Yeah, maybe all the other artifacts I let be consumed. And yeah, I put all of my last deeds or yeah, like I put all my Artha into the orb. I like power it basically. And I say
wait, I didn't get to say goodbye.
I think yeah.
You'll have a moment.
Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm not dead yet. He put Martha into the.
I can still hear his voice.
and like he hands it back to Alfons, and he says, "I see now what's left inside of you. Now I do believe you that you'll do what is right with this power."
Yeah, I mean, you can see the point where Alphonse had power and he gave it up because he knew that Dellon was a better choice.
Yeah, so he sees his true heart now and can believe it.
Yeah, and I think in a sense, it would be kind of cool. In a sense, maybe the orb is either I could see two directions here, and we can maybe talk about this in epilogue. But like, either this orb is basically functionally godhood as well as Dellon, or this orb is some mortal version, like as powerful as a mortal could get, right? And some sort of responsibility on the material world that's similar.
Yeah, I've got an idea for that in the epilogue.
Right. Cool. All right, so he gives you that. Do you have anything to say?
I don't think Cantarius has like a particular like goal in mind with it. I think this is an actual like sign of trust to Alphons.
Sure.
And he said,
"The first thing I can't make a joke about. This is the first thing you've done I can't make a joke about."
Does he say that?
Yeah.
Nice.
He says, "It's nice," and then starts to fade.
Theo.
I think Theo is like smiling, but he's just like crying, and he's just like, "You're gonna be gone." Like, and then I think he just like before he even says anything, he just like hugs Cantarius, just embraces him.
And Cantarius, your godliness kind of fades for a moment, and it's just a middle-aged man with a lot of weight on his shoulders, finally gone.
Yeah, I think as like the power and stuff starts to fade, and he hugs Theo. He's like finds like basically like as his physical form like reappears, there's already tears.
Yeah,
it's like they hug each other, and then like everything kind of like fades around, where they're just like two like human, not no aura, no nothing. There's like two humans, and like everything kind of like stops for a second.
Yeah,
and they don't look. It's just I can imagine that'd be pretty cool.
It's just two men.
Yeah, it's like two friends. Yeah,
and are saying
it's
goodbye.
Like all the godhood and all that just like fades for a second while they hug each other. I think he says like, "There will always be. I'll always have a part of you," literally. And he kind of like jokingly points to his eye. He's like, "I'll always have a part of you,
and I'll always be watching you from above."
Okay, now you'll always be watching me because you got my eye.
And I like to think Connor that Cantarius facing death this time is very different from any other time he's been kind of accepted or been resigned to his death before. Before you've seen a void ahead of you, and you've been like, I must kind of be nothing to give my friends everything. And this time you see a light after that void.
Oh yeah. No, I'm getting there. there. I think he says, for the first time in a long time, I feel sad about dying. And I think it's because you gave me worth, Theo. You redeemed me. And now I'm almost afraid. Afraid of what I'm losing in my life.
Because before, you were giving your life up because you thought you owed the world. Out of regret and guilt. And now you're losing your life out of gratefulness.
He slowly nods. I'll miss you. Try not to die too quickly, though.
I think he's still got plans for me.
You made sure of that.
Yeah, you made sure of that.
Trying to think of like how he dies. Like, does Cantarius just like cease to exist in this netherworld that we're like this like weird?
I was imagining this happening on the actual world, right? Like his body, like you were still down in the arena, right?
Like all this clouds of power dissipates, and we find ourselves that we've just been in the arena the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think your light, the light leaves your eyes, your body goes limp, and you just pass on.
Maybe as he's falling, like the life is leaving him, and he like starts to like fall to one knee, and then but Theo and like Theo reaches out and they clasp hands, and then you like slowly let him down as he like falls. Yeah.
I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king.
I'm still hoping I become like king of the gods, God's greatest.
So I think we zoom out from there, and I mean, we're definitely over time at this point, so it's probably good enough time to. Yeah, I think we should wrap up, so that we can do epilogue next time.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And
probably just make a bunch of like
just make some faith rolls,
But now it won't be too bad because it's like I'll be white shaded. I'll be like, I'll just roll like an 8, which is like I can enchant some items. I mean, I feel like in an epilogue, it's like I would have prayed some stuff. Yeah.
No, we can talk about it next time. Yeah, we'll figure out how that maybe looks. Let's go ahead and give out some Martha and call it a day. Okay, Dellon. We'll get you first so you can head out here.
Do I get a deeds
as long as you can leave your camera on briefly. Okay, so you'll ensure Alfons' orbs remains in his chest for his sake and everyone else's. I mean, you took steps to like make sure that Alfons wouldn't be compromised like that. I don't think you.
I made rolls. I just didn't succeed.
I don't think you succeeded. Like you weren't the reason it happened. So you can take a fate though. Not that it matters, but for marking our successes and stuff. Secure the relics before all is lost. Again, fate, but you weren't like the instrumental part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then on your blade in your life today, that means finding a way to save.
I don't know if I even like interacted with Cantarius.
I don't think so, but I will give you a fate point for on my blade of my life. I shall hold the enemies of God at bay.
Oh,
right?
sure.
Like that's still certainly what was a driving force for Dellon this time.
Cute.
Let's see. I don't think your instincts like came up in a significant way.
I did go unarmed under a circumstance for like the first time ever. I left my sword behind, but I don't think that
that's
matters.
true.
That's not how
it didn't matter. Yeah. You were certainly gonna get embodiment persona, mold breaker persona, and a deeds point for greater goals, accomplishing goals bigger than yourself.
I actually really liked how that went because I know we had talked about doing like a situation where maybe he gave it up because there shouldn't be a God of War, but I really liked that naturally turned into like a sort of a more common theme for him, which is that like he had to take on responsibility that he didn't want because I mean, taking life is a responsibility. I feel like every time it's been like he wants to just be a fighter, like a warrior. And you can't
not
just
have to think about the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, like he didn't want the responsibilities of that because they're hard and they make it less like, you know what I mean? It's a lot easier to just be like, oh, yep, this is a bad guy, I killed him. And he's just slowly been getting like responsibility and you know, like clarity on that stuff that he didn't want.
Yep.
So I liked that direction a lot.
Sweet. All right, you can take your deeds points, my
Thank
my
you,
friend.
sir.
All right, cool. Cantarius.
Alrighty, thank you guys. I'll leave the thing on.
Yep.
See ya.
All right, real quick for you, Cantarius. We got I assume that last belief will change as well.
Yeah, we can just go back to normal Cantarius, I think, at this point.
Which was, there's more to this world than just evil. There are good people here and a good God. I will do what I can to be worthy of saving. I will start by removing all the demon magic from my soul. You didn't do that, but so you can get a fate point, but you weren't the one who did it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
You saved the world, Persona.
Thank you.
You made sure all your friends stay alive as we stop the demons. Like you specifically didn't kill them. And
just read that back for 1 second. I saved the world, so I get 1 persona. Just let you know.
Well, no, that's me more. Your goal, you got a persona for.
I allowed you to save the world.
Persona for your third belief there too. You kept your friends alive. Though actually, I don't know if you actually worked on that specifically. You didn't kill them, but that's different from saving them.
I sacrificed myself to become a barrier for them forever.
Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. Persona.
There you go.
All right. Oh yeah. Your instincts would have gone back to normal too. I'm still on Dark I'm still on Dark Cantarius because that's where we've been doing all the marking of stuff. So.
Oh. Okay.
We'll just have to this is old Cantarius that doesn't exist anymore, right?
What's that?
I'll rename him to Redeemed Cantarius.
There you go.
So I'll archive that guy.
I mean, it really doesn't matter for Eartha from me anymore.
I know, it does because this is how much that Alfons gets.
Yeah, he does. Cantarius definitely gets a D point. That's all.
No, he definitely does. He definitely does. I'll give you a humor fate point, Cantarius. There was moments at the end there where you're making light of things, and it was funny. And then embodiment. Yeah. Fate point for humor. 2 persona for embodiment and mold breaker. All of you got that this time. And then you get a deeds for helping no matter the cost, right?
Sweet.
There you go.
Wow, I ended with deeds points. You're welcome, Alfons.
Thank you.
Alfons, we got... You used cunning and trickery to survive, Persona, for God of War. You struck down the God of War, but did not claim divinity for yourself. So I will give you a fate point for that.
Yeah.
And then you ensured that the artifact is used correctly in the ritual to save the world. So Persona.
You have to add those because I'm not at my computer.
Okay. So you got 2 persona and a fate. Oops, that's not right. 6 and 37. An epilogue session will just be you guys finding any excuses to make rolls so you can burn through all of your fate before the end of the game. Okay.
I just real quick. I really liked that. That was a much more concise ending than I was expecting. That was awesome, but it really came down to the best stuff.
And it was actual rolls that you guys had to make. It wasn't like GM Fiat, because it sounded cool, right? Yeah.
And it was like the hardest point too. It wasn't just like, oh, you get a +3. It was like, oh yeah, you're actually spending your deeds point. You get it's like a really difficult roll plus the extra ob.
Yep. Everything felt earned.
Yeah. Alfons, sorry. You get a humor fate point, obviously. And then you can get embodiment and mold breaker. You certainly had to struggle with beliefs and instincts there, right? That's why you didn't earn stuff for some of them. And then you can get a deeds point for giving up godhood to Dellon.
Yay.
So I think Jared officially earned the most deeds points out of anyone in the game. He earned 4. Or 5.
Nice.
I think he earned 5.
Yeah.
I also earned 5.
I think he earned 5 during the course of play.
I also earned 5.
Did you? Awesome. Nice.
Unless I'm really mistaken.
All right, and then last, Theo. You haven't actually upgraded your faith yet, so you're still getting a fate point on that first one.
Yeah.
Yep.
You secured the keys and prevented the darkness from consuming all, Persona. And you freed Cantarius, Persona. Let's see. I'm going to give you a fate point for humor, embodiment and mold breaker. And actually, here's the question. I don't know if Theo earned a deeds point because...
Oh, he definitely earned a deeds. He gave up godhood.
He didn't.
What do you mean? He could have become
he wasn't offered godhood at any point.
He could. I don't know.
Yeah, but I would have used
the whole where he was just like anything that like the Lord of the Rings quote he said. Whatever.
Pass to him.
Yeah. So if Theo had failed that faith test, I would have offered. I was planning on this anyway. I would have offered give your life for Cantarius's to redeem him, and then he would have gotten a deeds point as he died. But no, you can make an argument, Adam, but I don't. I think you just went straight towards the goals you already had, and yeah.
I feel like our epilogue is basically going to be Alfons and me, like, because Dellon's like, he's doing, the God of War stuff, and then Cantarius is protecting the Earth, and then it'll be, I don't know what Alfons is going to do. He's just going to be like the king of the world, or the man,
space wizard.
Space, the ultimate space wizard, and then I'm just gonna try and I'm trying to aim for literally like the leader of the gods, because that was kind of my goal in the beginning.
Yeah,
and like, what are the saints? They're the most like serving to the great God. That's why I'm like, I want to run it, because I truly want what the great God wants, and therefore can enact the justice and glory of the one true God. And like, ultimately it comes down to my dedication to it, where it's like, I'm just like, yep, God wants us to do this.
I think that Theo might get a deeds point next time. The thing is, like, the way it's worded, hitching yourself to a cause that transforms the setting but doesn't directly benefit you or your friends is worth a deeds point. Also, helping another character accomplish goals that are anathema to your goals, instincts, and beliefs can earn a deeds point. Neither of those things happened with Theo today. You got Persona, right? You did the thing you meant to do, but you didn't go above and beyond into something greater, like giving up your life or something like that.
Do I just remove the second and third belief, because I only have one belief now, basically?
That's fine. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, and it'll be the last session. So, cool. Well, there you go. So you get what I said already, but no deeds yet. We'll definitely have to do epilogue stuff next time. There's a lot of loose ends that need to be tied up. A lot of conversations that need to be had. One thing is like
the time pass.
Yeah, and that might be the case, right? It's definitely going to be a thing. One thing that I forgot about that I was hoping that I would bring up at one point, and honestly, a good opportunity didn't come up. Antonius never made an appearance in the end there.
I thought about that, but I mean, it's okay. I mean,
it is fine. Like if I ever do like a novel-wise version of this, or try to like bring the story to something else, I will make sure that there is something that happens at the end there with Antonius. But I'll think about it for epilogue. I'm sure there'll be epilogue scenes with Antonius. But my plan was he had the amulet, the little mirror thing from forever ago. Remember? And I was going to have, if it really came down to it, where like Cantarius was going into Dark Cantarius and no one could stop him, I was going to have Antonius show up and start absorbing the green smoke that was covering everything with the mirror, like he did originally, and help Theo. And maybe in like our headcanon of this, maybe that's what happened. We can talk about it next time. We can insert Antonius somewhere in the past if we wanted to. Either way, you guys are the ones who had to make the big rolls. So it in the end, it's not a huge deal that Antonius.
I found it like in my pocket or something. Like he snuck it in there. I'm like,
yeah.
Wait, we don't have the in there.
I'll think about it and we can make sure to have a close with Antonius next time as well. But yeah, wow, that was great. I agree with you, Connor. I was really happy with the way that turned out and how it kind of tied everything together really nicely. I was glad that Cantarius got to be a martyr and still have it be happy, right? That was what I was worried about. I was like, it's just gonna be sad. Like, he's just gonna die, and like he's gonna be like corrupted as he dies. And no, he was redeemed. He was like finally himself again, right?
I'm surprised. I was really surprised it ended up that way. I was fully set in Cantarius has had a horrible life and his ending has to be horrible too.
Yeah.
And
yeah, like
roles. Mostly it was just the roles. There were too many roles that I just succeeded at that I wasn't expecting to succeed at.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, Theo with his final line to you of like, neither do I, right? I don't deserve this either was a perfect thematic close to Cantarius's arc.
Exactly.
It's just like that's the whole point. Like, it doesn't matter.
I knew it needed to go there once we got to this last season.
Well, there you go. Thanks for being on this journey with me, guys. We'll do one more episode to close everything out and get everybody's loose ends tied up. We have to figure out, like, Dellon is now a god, so we'll have to figure out what's going on there. Yeah. And whether or not Alfons and or Theo ascend in their own ways, but we'll find that out next time.
Adam, are you free next week too?
Yeah, good question. Everybody free next week?
Somebody said it.
I think so. Saturday morning, probably not next Saturday morning. If it was like evening, maybe. But
I was pretty sure Jared also wasn't free next Saturday though, but I could be wrong.
Well, we'll figure it out. All right, in March, I assume at least we'll wrap up Crow Inquisitors. So, all right, thanks for playing, guys, and thank you for watching.
10-year journey.
Indeed. We're out.
Yeah. Hey, guys.